Is it doing its thing or not? It's frozen in time. I guess we'll wait and do nothing and say nothing. Oh, okay, it's finally doing the thing. All right, go for it, D.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get the flying flock out. Cheers, everybody. Back to you, Freemador.
Well, nothing much to say, honestly. I'm gonna make D the host here in a second. I'm gonna be the boss, ladies and gentlemen. So please don't argue with him or anything else because he can just absolutely ban you if he'd like. Likewise, basically, I have zero tolerance, literally zero. Like I'm not exaggerating when I say, oh, close to zero. I mean, literally zero tolerance for, excuse me, for any bullshit. Pardon me. Apparently, also lots of coughing. But in the meantime, zero tolerance for bullshit. So if you have any interest in starting a fight, perpetuating a fight, bringing a fight onto the chat or onto the panel or whatever else, you're just going to catch a ban. I really don't care. So the moderators are perfectly entitled to ban everybody. I really, sincerely, I can't express to you how little patience I have for any drama. So any weird trolling in the chat and stuff, it's like an instant deletion. Like seriously, there was a troll just the other day, and I was like, this guy could have continued in the chat. It's so baffling to me. He could have continued in the chat, just hung out, chilled out, but no, he has to fucking say some asshole shit. All right, delete. That's the end of it. So no question about it, ladies and gentlemen. So, like I say, any blue names in the chat, you guys are perfectly entitled to time people out permanently or delete them. That's perfectly fine with me. Let's be honest, none of you are manly enough or womanly enough or anything else to come on the show, so I'm not going to even bother asking. The usual suspects, I'm sure, will be here, and I'm sure plenty of you will complain anyway. But in the meantime, the show is what it is. So I'm going to hand it off to D here in a second. Welcome, folks in the chat. Welcome, Bud Kilowatt. He's giving us a green light. Rory's in the chat. Pat G's in the chat. Dr. Dank 420. Who else in the chat? Well, somebody else I'm sure will be in the chat here shortly. So I'm going to switch to live chat. You guys should as well. There it is. Dr. Libby Alone is in the chat. Welcome. But in the meantime, folks, if you guys, well, I guess, like I said, none of you are going to join anyway, so there's no point about talking about the link. I'm going to hand it off to D here. Go for it, D. Why is this fucking thing not working? You're muted.
Oh, thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Thanks for everybody for tuning into the pre-show. Hope everyone's having a great night. You can find me on my channel at dzombie_745. I'm smoking on a peripheral of different things. We'll get into it after. Hope everyone's having an awesome night. Cheers, cheers, cheers.
Good joint. So have a good show.
Right on. Cheers, everybody in chat. So, cheers, Roy Gardner. Doctor can leave me alone. Come on, you don't complain. Yeah. So I'm smoking on Blue Caviar Cake, G13, Bubba Kush, Moonbows. What's that say? That's another Bubba Kush. And purple sour diesel. Yeah, man. Oh, there's Couch Flyer commenting right on. Cheers, Couch Flyer commenting on my channel. I see you, buddy. Cheers, Ice. Icini. Wow, this pre-roll is pretty good. I'm smoking a pre-roll right now. Um, so on to. I'm gonna smoke some just G13 next. It's great. Moonbow's great for nighttime, Rory. It makes you sleepy. I like the last batch better though of the Moonbows. What else is going on? Cheers, Pet G. One love from the island, from somewhere. Caribbean, the Caribbean. That's right. Oh, let me just do a little housekeeping here for 1 second here in the background, folks. That and and that, and that off, and that off. Done. There we go. Had your little administration hosting duties in the background there. What's everybody smoking on? Let me know what everyone's smoking on. If you want to come and hang out, let me know. If you're come and hang out with me, I'm going to be here for the next couple hours, till about 2 o'clock in Eastern Standard Time, 11 o'clock Pacific, I believe that is, which is sounds pretty early, but it's late for me. Nice, Antigua. Mrs. D loves going to Antigua. Hey, Mrs. D, this gentleman here, Pet G, he lives on a small island close to Antigua. Yeah, I'm just saying Mrs. D loves Antigua. Yeah, she said it's beautiful there. I-95, Blue Dream, mixed dry sift, archive strain from Morgan. Right on. I saw a strain, well, I read a strain from archive. I didn't have a chance to really look at it because I had to get the pre-show going online, but it looks pretty good. Cheers, Couch Flyer. Thanks for the comment, for the pre-show comment. If you guys don't are new to the channel, to this channel too, don't forget to hit the thumbs up, the like, subscribe, and if you hit the bell, you'll get notified when we go live. And if you're feeling so inclined, also please leave a comment below, comment section, after the show when it comes up. Cookies. So I'm probably guessing cookies. Oh, mandarin cookies. Right on. I don't think I've had the mandarin cookies one. I've had cookies, lots of different cookies before. I've had Girl Scout cookies, cinnamon cookies, um, the forum cut cookies, monster cookies. Yeah, I like cookies. I'm a cookies fan. Smoke just a little bit of joint pre-roll left. Couple puffs. Now here's my new lighter. Check out this bad boy. Cannot miss this one. Not find this. Reminds me of something this is Mrs. D. Some of you guys remember from the 80s, the sunglasses, the fluorescent colors, the multicolored ones? It used to be the green, the orange, and like the pink, the hot pink, or it could be the blue. MC, I'm guessing Pet G's MC's Monster Cookies and random bags you going outside. Right on. Oh, mandarin cookies. Ah. Cheer, Justin Bean, and I'm not gonna touch that one with a 10-foot pole. Oh, you want to talk about gas? This G13 I have right now, full of gas, is awesome. I'm very impressed with these delivery services product, and for the price. Not sponsored, by the way. But yeah, really good shit, man. I'm very impressed. The other companies just going down because I guess they're not caring anymore. They used to be so good. This company I used to get from 4 ounces for a certain price, and yeah, it was awesome for a cheap price, for a good price, and it was a good product. They used to have really good product, and some of the products good, but it's just some of it. A lot of it's overpriced too. They overcharge. But this other company I'm with now, their products, I pay a little bit more for my ounces, but it's still cheaper, still cheap, and the product's awesome. It's like A product right now. Oreos crossed with lemon tree re-vegging. Right on Pet. Oreos, I forget. I forget if I like Oreos, I've had it before. I just can't remember. Um, all right, time to move on to some G13. This stuff is the fire right now. I like it. I like apples and bananas too. Apples and bananas is freaking awesome. Like I was saying in the pre-show, bit expensive for me, but when I can get it, I'll get it because it's worth it. Like 2 puffs, and I can already feel it tingling in the bottom of my ankles, and I can feel it going up to my knees and stuff. It's so crazy. I like it. Ooh, I wish you guys had smell-o-vision, man. You open this bag right up, and it's like boom in your face. The smell. Mm. All right, let's get some joints. Let's get a joint roll. Maybe yeah, we'll roll a couple up. We'll have a couple ready to go. Ah, well, that's a bit too much. There we go. Oh. Uno. Wow. It's thick. No stems, no sticks, no seeds. Some of that real sticky, icky. Ooh wee. Put it in the air. Speaking of Snoop, I just recently heard that Snoop did a song for his grandkids or something like that. I was listening to this crazy. Grandpa Snoop. All right, let's bust a piece off this big boulder here. Nah, fuck it. You know what? I'll wait. That's too nice too pretty to bust up right now. It's so pretty. You got a pretty mouse. No, or wait, no. You got a pretty bud. There we go. There, I'll roll 3 joints. Ooh. Oops. Yeah, I almost put the bud back in the bag. Wrong bud. This stuff, man. I got lots. I love this stuff so much. So good. I keep an eye on their menu every day too, 'cause sometimes they just switch it. And the only thing that sucks that about this company that I use is that they have ones that they call special. So when it's a special, you can only get one bag. So you can't order like I ordered three at a time. That's the deal. 3 ounces for a certain price. So I'm only able to order one. But if I order like more, like say I order two, place 2 to 3, 6 ounces, they'll let me get away with like 2 ounces of this kind, G13. And they have other special kinds too. But the good thing is they'll let me get away with like one of each special kind that I like. So at least they let me do that. But I want to just get more G13. This stuff is fire right now. And the price is right. Put a one in the chat if you all are awake. Eat, cheers. A cookie I wouldn't smoke. Show me a cookie I wouldn't smoke. Cookies is awesome. I like cookies. And I don't care if it has to do with burner and cookie brand, whatever. I don't care. I just like the strain. It's good. I know there are burner haters out there that don't like burner and stuff. And I have no comment. I have nothing to say about that, and I don't really care. I'm not gonna get involved. But I do like the cookie strain. Mm. I'd love to get some of that right now. Shit, I think it might be too late. Yeah. Darn. Cheers, Rory Gardner. I don't know if I said hello to you yet. I don't remember. Anyways, I'm gonna continue rolling these joints. I just ate a big brownie. Oh, is it medicated couch flyer? Apparently, I used to make awesome brownies. And actually, the brownies were okay. The cookies, like I used to make these huge chocolate chip cookies. And I used to make homemade butter. And you eat one and you get messed up. You eat one of those cookies and you get messed up. I was gonna sell them to my buddies. I gave everyone one for free to try and everything. And then I ended up saying, forget that. I thought, no, I'm not selling any more of these. I'm gonna keep them eat them to myself. And that's probably the only one true time I really eat edible. 'Cause I'm not really an edible kind of guy. I don't like the how you can't control it. I rather just smoke. I rather just smoke a whole bunch of cannabis or do some dabs. I haven't dabbed in a while either. One day I'm gonna get a dab rig again. I used to like dabbing. Dabadoo time. Is that our window? There's someone knocking on our window. I know. Our window. Hold on, guys. I might have to kill somebody. If you guys hear screaming, that'd be whoever's at my door. You can look upstairs. Next door. Okay. I'm back, guys. I figured it was the neighbors next door. We have neighbors that people that live in the basement as well. There's someone knocking on the window. I thought it was our door. I thought that was our little buddy there, Mrs. D. I thought it was our little buddy there screwing around. Starts with an A. Little A. I thought it was him screwing around, but it wasn't. Cheers, salt and sea seeds. Salt and seeds in the house. All right. Whoop, shit. Maybe I'm gonna plug this phone in. All right, sure. Right on. Make sure I have everything else that I've closed. Yeah, there we go. We're good. I hear you knocking, but you can't come in. I hear you knocking, but you can't come in. Cheers, Joseph Anthony. Crazy people. Mm. All right, so I'm gonna continue rolling this joint. I got one more to roll after this, and then we're gonna smoke one. I'm just trying to get ahead of myself. I need to make a coffee too at some point. Mm. I hear you knocking, but you can't come in. Da-na-na. For you guys, for those that don't know, but that's from a Cheech and Chong movie. I I can't remember which one it is right now. Up in Smoke, probably Up in Smoke. Awesome. Cheers, hardcore. Hope everyone's having a great night that's watching. It's still pretty early. It takes a minute for people to start funneling in before we get going. Just rolling some P13 joints. Okay. Numero dos, senor. Punta. Angela. All right. I just tossed some. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm flying. The fuck? Hmm. Right on, guys. We're gonna get back to it in a minute. Oh, there's a kitty up moving upstairs. I love these little cameras. These. I got this kitty came upstairs. That sucks. Try to refresh Justin Bean. The page. Maybe that will fix it. I got this camera upstairs. For the cat. And it has audio. I can hear that. I can hear upstairs. Um. Oh, okay. So yeah, sorry guys, I was just focusing on the chat there for a second. So I can hear what's going on. I can talk to them to my phone. It's an app on my phone, and I can see obviously with the camera, and it has night vision, and it also rotates 360 degrees, which works pretty good. So if we're ever away, I can look inside and see what the cats are up to. Um, my chat's working fine. Is everybody else chat working good, or are they stuck? If you're stuck, just refresh. I'm gonna continue rolling this joint. And then it's time to smoke one. Bickety bam. Maybe try closing it, closing this YouTube page, and reopening it. Justin Bean. I don't know, or restart. That's the last resort, I guess. If that doesn't work after turning off the page, reopening the page at the show here. Oh, and just a thing if for some of you guys that live in the States, if you guys are, if, I know if some of you guys have heard of the phone company Spectrum, uh, just be careful. The scam's still going on with those sons of bitches. Trying to stop them still. We're all trying to stop them still, but they're still running. What? I think you're joking there, Coach Flyer. I don't think it's Chinese. Don't be a fun guy. I should start writing in Chinese. Really fuck them up. No, Spectrum, the phone service, hardcore. Yeah, they're trying to stop them bastards still. They're sneaky. Of course, I'm blocked. All my phone numbers are blocked from their numbers. I don't know how they did it, but somehow they were able to, even some of the new ones, I'm already blocked. It's crazy. Unless they have it set the block on their what's it called? Viki. The Viki service, Viki system with my number. Anyways, yeah, so I can't harass them. Too bad I couldn't do like a live, do a show with me scam baiting. I love screwing with the scammers, especially when you run with their script. You waste your time for like uh, hours. Like I don't have a virtual machine, so they can't connect. They can't connect to my computer, so I'd have to fake it all. For like if they say press Alt Control the Windows key and Q, or no, whatever command key it was, bring this up. I have to know already what they're gonna doing. Or same with if they go ask me to go to like to bring up any desk, which be careful if anyone ever asks you that uses any desk. Any desk. It is a good service, the program. It's the help. If I would, if say, okay, for example, If you someone like you guys, one of you guys was having problems with the computer, I can connect on your computer through this program, this AnyDesk program, and I can take control of your computer to like fix it or whatever, and then I can leave and everything. But the way these guys do it is they set it so it's permanent and they can have unlimited, they set it so it's unlimited access and they can see whenever they want when the computer's on. Anyways, that's that's for a whole different conversation. Oh, there's hardcore. We'll let hardcore in the chat. Yeah, it's nothing new, hardcore. Oh, I guess I'll wait until him to come in. Hey, hardcore.
Yeah, if someone asks you to use AnyDesk, you're pretty much sure they're a fraudster.
No, it is a legit program. Like I know I've
Well, yeah,
done
so is
it's
guns are legitimate
and and there
fishing
are
weapons.
people. Well, and any desk is fighting against scammers as well, taking their their codes away from them. So I've seen it,
They're nerves.
but yeah, just gotta be careful. Yeah, it's nothing new. That wasn't news to the past history for getting on the channel.
Yeah, there's I watch DEF CON fucking videos all day, so I'm also scared of scammers.
Hey, have you ever heard of Zero Day?
Yeah, zero day exploit is a way to hack into a computer program or system that hasn't been found by the maker
Oh,
yet.
I'm talking about Ryan Montgomery, Zero Day.
Well, that's what he's naming himself after. But yeah, I have.
Yeah, that guy's awesome. He's a serious guy, man. I've seen videos where he has I forget the name of it, but he has that little tool and you can walk by someone and get their credit card information off them or access
I
their
I, I
or start
forget what it's called.
yeah, or you can set it to like get the code for like the fob key. You can get the fob key off someone's uh key to break into the car and shit. It's
Yep,
crazy.
it's what the heck? I know what it's called too. I just can't think of it.
Yeah.
I don't know if they use Raspberry Pi with that too or not, but
Yeah, I don't know.
what is that thing called?
And I think they sell it on Amazon too. Do you believe that shit?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
I mean, there's ways that you can spoof your emails look like they're. I don't know. I'm not going to get into it, I guess.
Yeah,
But
I know, eh? It's like so easy. Like, oh, you can do this. Getting into it, like, oh, yeah. There we go. All right, time to smoke a joint. Smoke this one. Yeah.
Flipper Zero.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. Flipper Zero. That thing's crazy.
Yeah, I watch a channel called Dark Web Diaries on
Uh-huh.
YouTube. It's a
Yeah.
guy named Jack Resider, and
That's
he
the guy with
interviews.
that's the guy with the beard.
No, you never see his face.
Oh,
Well,
okay then.
technically, you can if you watch. I've actually seen him where he was being interviewed on another show on another episode.
Hmm.
But otherwise, no, you never see his face. It's just audio.
Yeah,
But
true. Yeah,
but
like
he
oh shit, now I can't think of his name. Like Jim Browning.
like the
Browning.
American one.
Yeah. Okay, cool, Salt and Seed. Yeah, man, I watch all that kind of stuff all the time.
And then there's Sam Bent, who's used to have a channel called Doing Fed Time, but he changed up the channel name to his real name now.
Mm-hmm.
He goes in more to like the dark web type shit, but no, that Dark Web Diaries, the guy he interviews just a bunch of people that most of them are like, or a lot of them are what they call pen testers, which
Yeah,
is it's penetration testing is what like what they call white hat hackers,
yeah,
like people that know that they hack for as a job, or like
yeah,
they'll do physical pen testing where they'll uh like what do you call it? Fucking when you jimmy a lock or whatever, lock picking and things.
yeah. 0 day. I was trying to. I'm gonna post a video. It's crazy. Speaking of 0 day, have you heard of Trilogy Media as well?
I have not, but I'm maybe refresh my memory.
So they did a video with 0 day, and they did it on they went on the actual dark web, and he was showing them like crazy shit, like how you can buy human meat and all this guns. I went
I've
on,
never been
huh?
I've never been on one of those sites,
Hmm.
but I've been on drug ones before that they
Yeah,
only sell drugs. And it's
yeah, yeah,
surprisingly
yeah.
easy.
Here it is. Yeah, if you guys are interested. Here's what we're kind of talking about the dark web. This video is awesome. Trilogy Media, and then there's a gentleman, and he has the blue shirt on, and that's 0 day. Ryan Montgomery. He's a friggin' crazy guy. Like he can do crazy shit on a computer. And on that, like we were saying, that little oh shit, what's it called again? Hardcore?
A Flipper Zero.
Yeah, Clipper Zero. We can program it to do crazy shit.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, but then there's all sorts of card readers. Like you can buy RFID. You can buy like what's basically a Faraday cage for your credit cards.
Hmm.
There's wallets that they can't penetrate those through.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm gonna look into one, getting one of those. Someone was mentioning that. I saw a video about that yesterday.
You can also wear a tinfoil hat.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, that's what they also said. Just you can put tinfoil around your inside your wallet, and that will do it too.
Yeah, or the cop. I don't know, lead, I suppose.
Mm, kind of toxic though. Here, let me turn
But
off.
yeah, I know that Jack Resider in that Dark Web Diaries, he interviews just a whole bunch of kind of like high profile hackers that have done it, certain things.
Hmm.
Like there's a group of hackers that found a bunch of Sony or I want to say Sony PlayStations or maybe it
Hmm.
was no Xboxes. Like before they were public, they got a bunch of dev units they call them, like developer units. I don't know. I'm just kind of going talking about nothing here.
There you go, Dark Diary. I'm gonna check that out later.
Yeah, it's a good chat. It's a fun channel.
Jack Ryan's
Um,
side,
Jack Resider.
Resider.
It looks like rye cider, but
Yeah. Well, here's a guy I was talking about.
yeah, I think he's probably interviewed 0 day on there, most likely.
Oh, he was interviewing 0 day. I've been watching shorts with 0 day, and this guy's been asking about different things.
Yeah, if you want to watch an in-depth interview with him, I imagine there's one on there,
Yeah.
perhaps.
Mm. All right, anyway, always got open. Put that out later. Cheers, Rick
Dark Web
Cole.
Diary.
Yeah, man. Mm.
I just
Damn it.
noticed that as an admin in chat or a moderator in chat, you can now click on a user's name and like look at their chat history throughout different videos.
Oh
Isn't
yeah,
that crazy?
yeah. You've been you can do that for a while. I've known about that
Oh,
for a
I guess
while.
I didn't realize you could do that. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I like how you can put user in timeout too, and you can actually select how long you want to put the user in timeout. Yeah, channel activity.
Oh, maybe I haven't. Maybe he's not on there because oh, never mind.
Um, what happened to the chat? Oh, there it is. My chat went away. Right on. Uh, don't forget, guys, top chat, live chat for your better chatting experience. You know, hit that like button. Thumbs up. Thank you. Just got it.
Holy shit! I've got a mess that I'm working on right now.
Mhm.
Trying to rearrange my storage unit.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
Like a fucking
I am
crackhead down one off in here.
just chilling. Mm. Right on.
But I did find a box full of old weed jars that I scraped a fucking bowl worth of keef out of. So
Oh nice.
we're gonna see how that goes right now.
Uh-oh. Hang on to your lungs.
Yeah, no shit.
Get ready. I'll get ready on the mute button.
Where's Buddy Kilowatt?
You might be
So we'll
watching
see. Fish? His favorite band?
yeah, or police strings.
What's a joke?
Yeah, yeah. Fish.
I listened to Real Big Fish a little bit when I was a teenager.
Right on.
When I was in my ska phase.
Yeah. Hmm. Ow.
I'm surprised how long a fucking car battery will power a little fucking bulb.
Well, yeah, it doesn't take a lot of energy to
I've had this little bulb fucking going for like 6 hours now off a battery that wasn't even barely charged.
right on.
It's not even a deep cycle battery.
Sweet. Mm. Yeah.
So what are you
Mm.
smoking on over there, D? Some overpriced delivery weed?
Yeah. No, no, not overpriced, but yeah, delivery. Um,
It's
what
not
am I
delivery,
supposed
it's
to know? G13.
hash plant, eh?
Mm. Mm.
One of the first real strains I grew was a G13
Right on.
cross. What was it? G13 by um what's the fucking it's the dance move, square dancing move, Do Si Do.
Do.
G13 by Do Si Do by Tasmanian Skunk. Sub cool.
Right on.
They also grew Tasmanian skunk on by itself, and that was a weird strain. I don't know if I liked it or not. It got you high and everything, but it had just a different taste to it. I just could never get
Yeah,
into it.
that's what I'm finding with this blue caviar cake. It has a weird taste.
Well, it's got a weird sound to it. That sounds gross as fuck. Green eggs and ham or something.
It's good. Like the highs there and everything it medicates you, but just the taste. To me, it tastes like a clean taste. I don't know how to explain it. Doesn't taste like chemical or nothing, but it just tastes like clean.
Like antiseptic.
No, not even like antiseptic. Like if you hung your laundry on a clothesline and dried out in the wind. I don't know how's that kind of. It's weird, and it doesn't taste like fabric softener or nothing. Just the way the butt is.
I wonder if I'm
I
gonna
don't
get to
know.
my giant.
I don't know how to explain it. It's just weird.
I wonder if I'm
The
gonna get
weird
to my 40.
sativa.
I've got a 40-gallon bag of hemp in this storage unit somewhere. I haven't gotten to it yet though.
Holy shit! Make some
Yeah.
hempcrete.
I was just probably gonna make a bunch of hash off. Yeah, look at this fucking mess. I got all this shit strung out outside.
Holy shit, dude!
Boxes of tools and fucking whole bunch of pottery and shit. And I got all this mess.
Crazy.
But eventually we're gonna get in.
Yeah. Cheers, everybody.
Original speaker box.
What's that?
Made way back in the day. Well, this thing right here is a homemade speaker box I made way back in the day.
Uh, right on.
Damn.
Yeah, stand by salt and sea seeds.
But it's a 1200 watt Sony Explode fucking piece of shit speaker.
Oh
It
wow.
actually has power to it. And then like it's got baffles in it, or it's got like a labyrinth
Yeah.
where like the speaker faces down, and then I've got like plywood, a channel that's like 2 inches tall that
Mm-hmm.
goes back and forth. Like, and it goes like back and forth like 3 or 4 times. And then it where does it come out? Oh yeah, shit. It's hard to see. I guess you probably can't see it, but in the back behind the speaker back there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess you can't see it. Like um like where if I take this hammer, see how it drops down back in there?
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, like that's where the thing comes down and then loops back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, yeah, it goes back and forth and then it curves around the top like that, like a horn speaker would.
That's
I
crazy.
don't know. This little box fucking thumps hard. And like and where every corner is, I had like PVC pipe cut to that angle and then spray foam behind it.
Uh-huh.
I
What's
don't know. I used to have, I think, I can't remember if I had 1200 watts going to it or not.
mm-hmm. Oh,
All I've got left for amps right now is this tiny little Alpine, still pounds, but
that's what your mama said.
ooh,
I
not too much junk.
need to make a coffee. Let's find my moo. Moo! Where's my kitty? Oh,
Guy charges $75 for one of these cups, one of these tumblers.
Holy shit. Is it laced with gold or something? Not
No, but
gold.
it's really tactilely pleasing.
Oh.
I don't know. It feels good in your hands.
Nope. Still hooking up. There he is. Mr. Green Fingers.
Good stuff.
I was talking and it's muted. Cheers, guys.
That's just Green Fingers. How's it going, man?
Not bad. Just finished eating. Now it's time to burn one. So
Nice.
here I am.
Oh, hi, Lightning. There's little Lightning. Hang on, let's try to get her on camera. Hold on. Hi, baby. I'm gonna come to you. She's a scaredy cat. She's always been scared. Come here.
Oh,
Here, I'll let you down. Hold on. She wants downstairs. There
Do
she
you
goes.
feed cats to your dogs? Green fingers?
what?
So would your dog just like ravage a cat? I suppose you need like 20 dogs to one cat though for how big they are.
No, I used to have, my grandma used to have 6 cats when I lived over there when she was alive. Yeah, I had all my dogs over there too.
Huh.
So it was a lot of animals. It was a lot of animals.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, they were
I knew
little
a
babies
lady.
though.
I
Like,
knew a lady that grew, but she had like 12 dogs, and she put them on in the different spots on the property and houses and everything for the summertime. And then wintertime, she'd bring them in. So every time we go over there and hang out and shit, there'd be like 12 dogs in this little house. And I'm talking like um Labradors and everything. Lab size and labs and that size dog. 12 of them.
yeah, I can't do
Crazy.
anything.
And
Nothing
then
big.
like two
My
cats.
grandparents, both my grandparents or both my grandpas, I should say, used to breed dogs, and one of them bred chocolate labs for hunting. And you would go there, and there would never be a problem. A, because those ones always sold so quick. Like they would gun wean them, they call it, or like they would fucking I don't know. There's ways to do that so dog's not scared around guns and shit. And I can't remember if you train them to retrieve ducks or not yet, but there it wasn't ever a problem. You just got to see a bunch of cute puppies all the time. But when you'd go to my other grandpa's house, he grazed white German shepherds, and those things were fucking. I was scared to go to my grandpa's house because no matter what, every time you get out of that vehicle, you get tackled by a fucking dozen dogs. They just wanted to lick you and shit. But like, I don't know, they got big quick.
It's fun. Yeah, big dogs are too much to handle.
I remember crying many times because I would get scratched by a big dog or something. I was a little pussy kid.
Yeah, I think that was the first dog that harassed me was a German Shepherd. I was 2 streets over from my house on my bike by myself, and I shouldn't have left my street, but I did. Like I was that age, I was like 9 or 10 or something. Like, don't leave this block, and I left the block. And then like luckily they just dropped off the kids from the school like on the bus, and like my friend, my older friend, my sister's age, 7 years older than me, saw it and he ran over and scared the heck out of that dog. My little black friend ran over and scared the hell out of that dog. Well, just charged right at him. I was scared on the other side of the bike, but in tears. Fucking that dog was just growling at me, trying to eat me. Like, don't eat me. No.
I've
Yeah.
got a kind of a similar story, and I might have even told it on here before. But when I was living in Fresno, my buddy always told me, you can't leave. Well, the neighborhood, but don't never go to town to the bars on yourself by yourself, or never go on the public transport by yourself, or whatever. But I was like, fuck this. I need to fucking go to the bar. So I'd always go to the bar. Well, one time I was walking home from the bar and there was a bunch of um bulldogs, gang members. It's a gang. They were all having a party in the backyard, and it was chain link fence. And I was walking through the alleyway, and they thought it would be hilarious to fucking get on their hands and knees and charge the fence like a bunch of fucking rabid dogs. And I have never ran so fast in my goddamn life. I'd never. I mean, yeah, it was like 2 blocks before I looked back because I thought for sure I was gonna get shot or stabbed or something.
Yeah.
But when I because I figured because there was like a couple dozen of them in this backyard, and like they were fucking yelling at me in Spanish hard when I was walking, like when they were chasing at me. So I thought for sure I'm done, looking, my money's gone, my shoes are gone, and yeah, I turned back around and none of them they'd even jump the fence. They were just fucking that was it. They just, but I'm
Yeah.
sure it was hilarious from their point of view.
Right. Yeah, that kind of stuff would happen all the time. If you go down the wrong block, and they're having a party on the weekends, and you never know how they're acting. You never know how they're feeling. You just get hit up at any given moment, not know what's really gonna happen. You
Oh
got
yeah, they
lucky.
could have. Yeah, on another day they could have told me, "White boy, get over here." Fucking,
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
free drinking free tonight. You want some pussy? Here you go, man.
Yeah. Yeah, the gangs are crazy in California now. They don't care.
Yeah, my next door neighbor, fucking, he's the reason why I moved out of there because like we shared a front stoop together in like a duplex apartment, and he would always keep his front door open, like it was never shut when he was home. I mean, 24 hours a day, and but he would also always have. He was like I don't know, mid to late 40s, but he only ever had a bunch of like 12-year-old kids hanging out with him. Like he had a son that was like 10 or something like that, who I swear it was like a murderer already. Like that kid scared the fuck out of me, that little 10-year-old boy.
Yeah.
But yeah, he'd always have these little kids posted up with him whenever he'd come out for a cigarette. And he'd always like smoking I don't because I was when I lived out there, I had dispo weed all the fucking time. Or medical weed or whatever, and fucking every time I'd step outside, I wouldn't even light my bowl because I knew he was gonna be there, fucking take a hit. So I'd fucking always let him have the green hit and shit.
Oh, the scavenger.
Yep. Yeah, the Willie Nelson one. So
Jumped
yeah,
up out of the bushes and shit.
he came out and fucking one day and he just started fucking stoning on. He started hitting on me, right? Like hit me in the fucking head. And I just remember like, and he had like three of his little fucking homeboys with him. And like, I'll backtrack a little bit. The first time that we ever spoke was me and him were just sitting there, and this fucking he had some kids with him, and this big black Debo looking guy, like this huge muscle building black dude in a wife beater, was walking down the sidewalk, and he said something at him in Spanish, and then they each went up to him and started like swinging at him, and the dude just fucking just beat the shit out of each one of them, like. But they like the one kid waited, took a beating, then the second one jumped at him, and like I don't think he ever actually punched him. I can't remember if he punched him to the ground or not, but they were both bloody faces and shit. And then the black dude just like fucking ran away. He fucking got the hell out of there. And
Yeah.
then my neighbor looked at me and he said, "I told him no weapons." And then that was it. That's all he needed to tell me to fucking scare the living shit out of me. And every time I would sit there talking to him, they would sit there and click their gun. They had either their to tell you the truth, I'm not sure if it was guns or knives, but they kept clicking shit in their pocket. Like I don't know if there was like a switchblade or if they were cocking the hammer on a gun, but that's what they would do when they were bored standing there. But the one day he just out of nowhere, dude starts fucking just hitting on me, and I remember thinking because I had a glass pipe in my pocket that was packed, and I was thinking I was more afraid of dropping my bowl and breaking it than I was about this dude hurting me because like he's just this little 80-pound soaking wet dude. And like I just had my hands up over my head, and but he just hit me. But like I knew if I were to swing back, those kids would have fucking stabbed me to death like instantly. So like I remember somehow I fended him off, and I got into the apartment and locked the door behind me. And I went to go run out the back window, like jump out the back window, and there was a dude posted there. I went to the other window of the apartment. There was a dude posted there. So I was like, "Oh fuck!" So I called my buddy, my roommate, who was at school in college at the time, and I just called him up, and I locked myself in the bathroom with like all my weed and a baseball bat, and just sat there and smoked until he got back home. And I guess he called the cops before he came home because I wasn't gonna do it myself because like for some something was telling me in my mind like they're gonna know that I did it and then they're gonna want to kill me even more and fucking. But I guess when the cop came driving through, they left. But like we packed our bags the second he got home and we left to go his friend's place for the weekend. And when I got back, dude is still standing there on the porch. Except for this time, he's got tears in his eyes, and he comes up and he hugs me, and he's like, "I'm so sorry, man. I was wet." He was fucking high on PCP apparently,
Yeah,
and he needed someone to fight, and I was there. And he's like, dude, you're lucky you didn't fucking try to fight back, SA, whatever." He's like, "My homies were out for blood that night. We went and cured our whatever." But fucking, I moved back to Minnesota shortly after.
yeah, that kind of stuff happened every day. Like somebody come out of the bathroom at the park and they'd be wet as fuck, come at you all sideways. Everything out of your pockets now. I want everything you got. You're like, what the heck's wrong with you? You just said what's up to all of us. It's like, damn, like you said what's up and shook all of our hands. Now you're telling us to give you everything. It's like this is crazy.
Yeah, I've only done it one time, and that was on accident. When me and Buddy were, I was just a teenager, and we were at his place, and his mom would always stole little like bowls of weed and all of her knickknacks on the walls and shit. And one day we grabbed a pipe that what we thought was resin or something like that in there,
Oh
and
hell
it
no.
wasn't. It was,
That's bad all
yep,
around. Yeah, that
yep.
thing
And my
happened.
buddy, he was like one of those like a violent fighter type of just as just sober guy. He's one trying to get in fights all the time. And remember, we made it like a pinky swear with each other that we wouldn't leave the property because we were both just raging. And I remember he went and he was trying to punch through 2x4s in his garage and just broke the shit out of his fucking hands. I don't, I want to say it was both hands. I know one of them for sure was like the size of a football. Like it was so swollen up. And he was just fucking, yeah, it was scary. And then like the next day, his mom was like smoking a bowl with us, and she just starts laughing her ass off. She goes, "I see you boys found something last night. What'd you think of that?" And we're like, "He's like, what the fuck was that?" She's like, "You boys got wet last night." Or something like that. I forget what she said. So you guys rode the dust fairy or some weird shit. And we're like, "What?"
So messed up. She just laughing at you guys. You guys are all
Yeah, she
geeking
thought it was
out.
hilarious. And we only had like a few hits each. It wasn't like we did a lot.
Oh man.
I just remember like my vision going like tunnel vision that was like was pulsing, and I don't know, it wasn't fun. But then again, I was an inexperienced drug user at the time too, so who knows?
Right. Good times. But you go what choose.
What's the highest you ever been off of any drug?
Grab some
No
herb.
comment.
What was that?
So what's the highest you've ever been off of a drug?
I don't know.
You ever overdone it and just tripped out, freaked out?
Um, I once thought my couch was talking to me. I made when I went to Taco Bell, came back with all kinds of tacos. Told my roommate give the couch a taco. Gave him a taco. I told these motherfuckers, don't touch that fucking taco. It's for the fucking couch. Don't touch the taco for the fucking couch because it asked me for a taco.
Watching
Yeah,
too much Pee-wee Herman.
I jumped off the top of the steps all the way down with my machete and fucking got all up in the guy's face and shit because he was talking he was talking shit, but he really wasn't. He wasn't saying nothing at all. It was like, yeah, they're like, you were tripping yesterday. I was like, yeah, that's what happens when you don't sleep for a week. You don't know really what's going on.
Yeah.
It was the surround sound on low that was really saying everything. So like there was commercials and shit, like really like Yo Quiero Taco Bell commercials and shit were really playing. It was really low though on fucking the surround sound speakers. And like I
God,
did
you just
find
gave
out
me
the next day when nobody was there. I was like, what's this noise? Who's talking to me? Who's in the house? And then I went to the couch because the surround sound speakers were right on top of the couch in the corners. And I started listening in the couch and you could hear echo in the couch, the sound. And I went all the way to the speaker. Boom. I was like, motherfucker. Started tripping, thinking the couch was talking to me the next day too. I was like, "Stop talking to me, couch!" Like, fuck, dude. Like, I hate this shit every day.
Quit looking at me, Swan.
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
Yeah, dude. I was like, "Go to Taco Bell," and I was like, "All right, I'll go to Taco Bell real quick." I went to Taco. That was a trip. I really
You're
did.
watching too much Pee-wee Herman.
Don't touch that. It's for the couch. I was telling his
Cherry.
girlfriend.
Wasn't that the chair's name? Cherry?
Yeah.
Cherry. Remember Cherry? Holy shit. That show was messed up, dude. That was a messed up show for kids.
I can't remember what it was. Oh, I'm sure in this joint I forgot.
Who would win in a fist fight? Ernest P. Worrell or Pee-wee Herman?
Hmm.
That's a tough one.
They knock each other out. Let me get. It's gonna both flop down, and that was the end of it.
I feel like Ernest has more just grizzly strength, like an old mountain man. But er, but Pee-wee's got that crazy. He's got that glimmer in his eye. You took my bike.
I live by Cabazon, so like the dinosaurs. We used to go see those dinosaurs every weekend. Go trip out up there, just go hang out, hang out with the dinosaurs and trip. That was fun. Go to the casino right next to. Yeah,
Oh shit.
I always think of Pee Wee Herman every time I see that shit. Oh,
Oh, man.
it was dinosaurs. That's all I can remember every time. Like,
I've never even seen a porn theater.
yeah, that's crazy, dude.
Yeah.
We had one. I didn't know that's what I was going into because it was a head shop too, and like on the side it said freaking booths, open booths, and freaking yeah. I was
Yeah.
like, what is this? I was like, I want to go to the back, not to this. Like, oh, okay. I was like, yeah, yeah. I'm trying to get a water piece, water pipe. You say tobacco bongs or all that stuff back then.
Yeah.
Couldn't say anything else, or you get kicked out instantly. Like, you guys are selling
I
dildos and
remember the
everything else, and I can't say bong. I was like, I can't say bong, and you guys have sex toys.
So
It's wild. It's
well,
wild.
we used to have this head shop where by well next town over. Anyways, back in the day, that's exactly like what you were saying, Green Fingers. Can't say bongs, can't say smoking out of it. Okay, so so yeah, tobacco pipe. Meanwhile, right in the front of their cast, they have this booklet like of pictures of like their people's grows. Just can't show your faces, but you can show their grows and everything. Like what the fuck? You just can't see all these cannabis, all these plants and shit. But no,
remember
you can't. Hmm?
the first time I ever bought my own glass pipe was that there was a head shop. It was just called the XXX store. Like there was no, I don't think the place even had a name. It was just a giant sign that said XXX, like off the beaten path or whatever. Yeah, and like I ended up buying this pipe that was like I don't know, it was like 10 inches long or something like that, but it was very phallic shaped. And
Oh
I had friends who wouldn't even smoke out of it. It was that bad. And but that was all they had in there. And it was like I didn't think it looked like I didn't think of it until like people would say like I ain't smoking off a dick. You know, it's like, what? It's just a pipe. What are you talking about? So it's got kind of a flare on the end there. What do you mean?
yeah. Right. I think every pipe looks like one a little bit. So, but yeah, back then they always had that mouthpiece that looked a little more. Now
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think this one was specifically designed to look a little more.
it's a double toy
Yeah.
piece of art meant for more than one.
Remember, I want to say I was only 16. Yeah, because I know I was too young, and they let me in. There was no questions asked.
Nice.
Yeah, that's first time I got my drone baker. I was like 13, 14. They let me walk in and I asked, and he gave it to me. I was like, "Can I get the drone baker?" Which one? I was like, "The blue one." Like, "Yep, ring you up." Like, "Yes, yes." Walked away all quiet. Yes. Oh my God, it worked. Worked. It worked. It worked.
Yeah, I was surprised that things like that even existed because like I'd always hear about it from my friends, and then fucking we walked in and the whole counter or whatever was just all glass pipes, and I was like, holy shit! And now, I mean, you can go to the gas station and they got fucking crack bongs and shit or whatever meth
Yeah.
bongs.
Yeah,
I
they're everywhere.
use those are
Crazy.
good actually. But buy Smash. Those the crack pipes are actually good for hash.
Yeah, oil. That's what the first thing I ever smoked earwax out of, and it was called earwax and was yellow and it cost 60 for a half a gram. I was like, holy
Yeah,
shit.
isn't that nuts?
And somebody pulled out a freaking pookie, and I was like, "What the hell are you doing?" He's like, "It's weed, trust me." And I was like, "All right, I'm gonna trust you, but I don't feel right. I don't feel right at all."
I started
Yeah.
with
Knowing that's what I
the
use it for.
safety pin and a fucking shot glass. Or just nose hits. I would sit on the couch and fucking just dip my pin into the little jar and then fucking just light it and stick it in my nose and take them nose hits.
I had a
I did that.
neighbor. I had a neighbor before I knew, like, this is when I was younger, so this is before I knew what cannabis was. Like, I found my dad's stash up high, and I thought it was friggin' literally oregano. I thought it was my mom's spices. That's how young I was. I didn't know. Anyways, my neighbor used to have a shot glass, and he used to have it full of oil, like full all the time. So he used to go in, take a bead or whatever, spread it on a paper and they smoke it and shit. But yeah, these have a big full glass of oil. It's pretty dope. I smashed. Yeah, man. Here's
What's
the
up?
Just in time for the 20.
video.
I'm not even home yet.
Next
I was
20.
I was hesitant for a second that I thought maybe that I think someone has their audio on still. Or I don't know. Yeah, I was scared for a
You might
second
hear
that
my
maybe
blinker.
the jars were hash. Or I mean not hash, hemp. But I've taken one hit so far and it's definitely not the case. I'm fucking ripped.
Off him?
Nice.
Uh, yeah, I just got back from Maine. I was
Yeah.
out. Had an event tonight or today. Well, it started at 5, so technically tonight.
Right on. You didn't forget
Yeah.
anything, did you?
No, I didn't stop anywhere, and I didn't take
Okay,
my
cool, man.
backpack out of my car.
Just checking, brother. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, if I lost something this time, would have been my wallet, and that would have been bad.
True.
I got
Yeah.
all my stuff in the trunk. I actually did a lot of shopping.
I need glass. And there, I was gonna try to make a glass dildo joke, but it didn't work out.
I got like
True.
I got a couple, like maybe 3,000 milligrams of edibles. I got 10 cartridges.
Holy
I
shit.
got an ounce and a half of weed, a couple grams of oil, and then people hooked me up with uh, 2 free disposable cartridges, 2 infused pre-rolls. Yeah, it
Nice.
was fun today.
That's
Now,
awesome.
now I'm just trying to get home so I can water the fucking babies. Well, they're not babies anymore. I guess the ladies.
Mm-hmm. So you got a trunk full of goodies. That's awesome.
Yeah, I got killer deals too.
Nice. I like that. I like when you go somewhere like that and get deals. Cheers, J. Patrick, Hashlinger.
I got a half ammo for $40.
What? Sorry, you broke up there a bit.
I got a half ounce of GMO for $40,
Nice.
and it
That's
looks
a good
good.
deal. Right on.
I got diamonds in sauce for $10 a gram.
Wow. What? That's crazy, dude. You don't have those prices here, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's Maine. It's a little different. It's kind of like Michigan.
Yeah.
It's saturated because their caregiver laws are actually fucking good.
Yeah.
I think I was on the. I went up there and we stopped at a building, and it's like 8 and fronts. So like there was 8 different dispensaries in one building.
Nice. That's cool.
It's pretty interesting. I was talking to someone that has a store there today, and I was like, it's pretty cool that you guys can like all be there and everyone make money, and there's not like people trying to cut throats. He's like, yeah, we've had some people come in and out just trying to like sell product and not care about it and stuff, like just want the money. But they never last, he said. Their guy too. His I was gonna get some of his weed, but he sold out quick.
Yeah, eh? That's crazy, dude. This is like candy. Oh, sorted fish. Time for some candy. One fish, two fish, red fish, green fish.
Oh, fucking acorn just landed on the top of my car, and I know it dented it. That
Bro,
shit was loud.
that's
That
awesome.
squirrel was waiting for you the whole time you were in Maine.
There he is.
That fucking dude, it hit the top of my car, and it sounded like a rock.
Oh no.
Wasn't there a video? I want to say there's something that went viral not too long ago that all all stemmed from an acorn hitting a car, and like someone
Oh
thought it
yeah,
was a
yeah.
gunshot.
Someone got shot. A cop shot someone.
Yeah, Slammed it on an acorn.
I think it
Thought
hit a
maybe I was
car
going
and it was
crazy
just
for a second,
loud.
but yeah.
Yeah, I remember. It fell and it sounded like a gunshot. The guy said.
Yeah, hell no. That does not sound like a gunshot, dude.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, what gun did he hear? A cat gun or a freaking like? Holy
Fucking
shit!
my neighbors in town have a black walnut tree, and them things have been dropping lately.
That would hurt.
That'll wake you up.
Yeah.
That's one of the bigger shelled.
I
Nuts
hate
that
when your
drop.
his nuts were dropping.
Yeah.
I hate when I come home, I get on my road and it feels like I'm in another like part of the world. The roads are so bad. Like I live in a nice, not a nice, like, well, I guess it's all right, but these roads shouldn't be this bad. It's a fucking main. I live on a main road, like one of the main roads in my city.
My neighbor's like a what do you call it? He's a guerrilla road worker. Like he goes out at night and he fills in potholes.
Like one of the old people? Right on.
Yeah.
The thing is here, they'll do road work and they never like repave. They just keep patching and patching. So it just becomes a fucking mess.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Oh, dude, I hate being in the car longer than like an hour.
I don't mind it.
I just don't like if I had someone with me, I'm by myself. You know what I mean? I do all this shit alone most of the time. So like it's
No one was
me.
looking. I was thinking of you. Do you know that you know that song that I was just singing there, that Green Day song? That was a true story about Billy Armstrong when he was whacking off and his mom caught him.
Okay.
Figured I'd share that. I did not know that all my whole life. Recently.
All right, I'm gonna mute and stop my video until I get in the house. I'll be right back.
Okay.
And Cotton Eye Joe was about syphilis. 'Cause apparently, to get tested for syphilis back then, they would ram a Q-tip down your pee hole. And then they would call you Cotton Eye Joe.
Mm.
If it weren't for my syphilis, I'd be married a long time ago.
What the fuck?
Okay.
I'm trying to keep a straight face, but like, holy shit.
You've been watching TikTok or something? What's going on?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just have a whole bunch of useless
Only
facts
fam.
in my mind.
All this useless
Like
information popping out of his mouth
the
today.
band Ace of Base was a neo-Nazi band
What the
named after like the last uh Nazi base to survive the war.
That's
And like
awesome.
their songs, like All That She Wants was about a chick that would like go and purposely get pregnant off a dude so she could get welfare from the babies. All that she wants is another baby. Yeah, I don't know.
That's crazy.
Wow.
And I smoked two joints was about smoking two joints.
It was actually about smoking one big one. They just acted like it was two.
Yeah. We about six joints, I guess.
It was like eight
No, four
joints.
joints. You would only smoke two in the morning and two at night. No word on whether he finished them all at once. Yeah, I'm stoned. I gotta shut up.
Cheers, everybody in chat. Thanks for tuning in. You tuned in right at the right time.
Shout out
Let's
to
find out about Cotton Eye Joe.
Shout out to Cotton Eye Joe.
Yeah.
You're watching. You know who you are.
I used to hold hands to girls on the roller rink to that song.
That's
Fuck.
funny.
You guys do skating when you were kids? A rink to go skate at?
Yeah. Ice
Yeah.
skating.
Yeah.
Ice skating.
No
Yeah.
rollerblades
Not a
allowed.
roller, not a roller room, but we had ice skating.
actually my
Bro.
best friend to this day. Our dads both worked at a roller rink in their younger years at the same roller rink.
My buddy's grandparents used to own one, so we used to always get to go and he knew where the pop machine key was.
I don't think they were Well, I don't know.
Hot Night Joe.
Named Danny, and he dated Rhonda. I think it was Rhonda. She owned a one of the only skating rinks around. So we always my dad rented the back room at one point and shit. So we would be there like
I want to say ours was open one night a week. It was like Wednesday nights, and that was back like no. I don't know if that same concept would work today because all the parents would just drop the kids off, and then when it was done, it was like a little party in the fucking parking lot because they would shut the doors before everyone's parents would get there, and then it would just be like a bunch of fucking kids in the. I don't know.
We used to have one, and then it closed down years ago. But now
I
there's
think
no
ours.
more.
same.
Popped up.
Honestly, I just saw in the paper that the our local one just finally closed after like.
They're all closing. It's almost a lost generation. There's only certain little tiny sections of like rural, and it's more rural areas
Yeah.
or under underprivileged areas still have some.
And
You
ours
know what
was
I
pretty
mean?
badass too. It was
Hey,
like an
sure.
old. I'm not sure what kind of building. It was an old dance floor, probably an old dance hall, because it was all fucking wooden floors. You know, like the 1 inch wide or like inch and a half wide fucking slats of wood.
Yeah. Have you ever seen like it's like figure skating but with roller skates? And they
Yeah.
had speed speed skating, like do a course.
Remember ours? You couldn't go too fast, and people would fucking like certain kids that had enough fucking I don't know. You had enough sway like you could be nominated to be one of the flashlight holders, and then you were like kind of like school patrol where you could
Hey,
go
honey,
around with the
hold this
flashlight and be like,
flashlight. Oh,
slow it down, or no kissing, watch
nice
your hand.
shirt.
I'm I'm stoked. It worked real well.
Check out your shirt, Smash.
I got to iron right here a little bit more
Mm-hmm.
with the heat, but worked real good for the most part. Printed
That's
well.
dope. I like that.
Is that two dudes having sex on there, or what is that? I can't quite make it out.
Two hands.
Rolling a honey joint?
No,
Push it.
they're squeezing a bud.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it
Oh
makes
man.
you in that sense.
Shout out Hitman. Hitman gave me a new bag.
Petri.
That's what she said. They said.
Here
Them said. I don't know.
it
Oh, dude,
comes.
he gave me a duffel.
Papa's got a brand new bag.
It's a mirth. Right on. Oh,
Dude, I
yeah.
couldn't wait to get home. I've been so thirsty.
Uh-huh.
Arnold Palmer.
I had some Arnold Palmer just sitting here.
be my favorite. Used to be my favorite. I haven't had that for years. I don't have a store next to my house no more. I used to go just walk to the store 8 minutes away. Now I
I
don't
bought
have.
a couple sodas today, but like I'm trying to really cut down on like all the caffeine and sugar and shit. But that's why I've been getting like iced tea
You
more. Uh,
You should be
apple
careful.
juice.
I
You should
drink
be,
like a 12
sorry.
pack a day.
You should be careful with the iced tea. That can give you kidney stones.
Yeah, but soda can too. Even worse.
No, I know. Well, I'm just saying, you know.
No, I get it. I do drink the coffee like
Mm,
every morning. I have a coffee, or mostly every morning.
I'm having a coffee right now. Uh-huh.
My uncle's got a pop machine in his alleyway. For $1, you can have a pop. And he actually
Motherfucker.
made. I'm surprised how much money he pulls out of that damn thing because I never see anyone using it. I think maybe he just like goes in there at night and puts like 20 bucks in quarters in there and then like, ooh, look at this. I got all this business. So his wife will let him keep it.
Maybe it's just a front.
It is.
Right
This
Get a candy.
disposable, it's pretty good. They gave me this thing.
on.
Remember, we used to have a pop machine I still remember it was orange. It was the orange soda. It was one of those like the cheap, we call them quarter pops. It
Mhm.
was like some off name brand, like where a can of Pepsi would have been 50 cents in the big machine, but you could get 25% pops in this one.
Mhm.
And I remember the orange soda, if you would put in your quarter and then you would just like keep tapping on the orange, you could do it till you could empty the oranges out. And like it was something where like it was a like everyone knew about it, but like they would always refill it but for like a year. They never caught on to how they were. I mean, they must have went out of orange pop before anything. Yeah, we
Speaking of,
just go there and get like 20 orange pops
that's
or enough
crazy.
enough to where like you didn't look
Yeah, where they
suspicious or
wouldn't
whatever.
figure it
But that was
out.
before they had cameras and shit too. So like,
Yeah,
sure they
yeah,
would have
yeah.
figured it out pretty quick otherwise.
I don't know if anyone drinks G2, Gatorade 2. Is it G Mrs. D? Is it orange G2?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
I think
orange
it's just
G2.
squared.
Orange G2 tastes like McDonald's orange pop. Orange drink, sorry. The old orange drink.
That was high C.
I see. Yeah.
Really? Mrs. D? That was high C. Keep that in your memory bank.
I know I've heard that. I wish I could find it.
We're gonna try to find that. I used to like it too. We used to get the
Tang
big
maybe?
cooler, the orange drink.
Was it Tang or I?
No, it wasn't Tang.
Look at that boulder, D.
Nice. None of that thing.
Remember back then too, that I was saying my neighbor or not my neighbor, my buddy whose grandparents owned one of them
Ooh, play
uh
that.
road rinks or whatever. He had a key that would open up like any Coke machine, like at the
You
time,
feel- I used to
like
be
a
able to.
skeleton key for Coke.
I used to be able to reprogram the pop machines to like whatever
Yeah,
I
you can.
wanted
There's
to.
still
I was
yeah. Some
able
of
to
them work
change
like
them.
computers. Where like
Yeah, I was able to change them. Like if I want to make them like a nickel each, from instead of like $1.50, I could do that. It's funny.
by just pressing buttons in a certain order.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Some of them still do. Or some of the people that still get vintage machines, you can do that with.
That's
Remember, my
funny.
uncle has it like all. It's fucking. It's kind of complex where like you got to do everything from inside.
Uh-huh.
Somehow my
Yeah, like
buddy had the key to like the local paper boxes,
Yeah.
and we would go get newspapers. I don't know. My dad read newspapers. He would
he'd be like, "All right, I need like $5." He'd stop at like one of the main ones and grab $5 in quarters. I'm like, okay, I guess you do you, bro.
Yeah.
I think he works for him.
Oh, you're talking about like those like the newspaper dispenser
Yeah, I
things?
think they just
Yeah.
put papers in. You put 75 cents in or 50 cents,
Yeah.
and they
Yeah, and then you
open.
can have the whole. You could like open it up and take all the paper out if you want. All the
Yeah.
papers.
Yeah. That's
Kind
when
of like
they
the
use that thing called the honor system.
Yeah, I was gonna say we've got a bunch. There's always sweet corn or pump. Like right now, it's pumpkins. There's always fucking like a covered wagon with pumpkins in it at somewhere in town,
I went
and
and
they
bought a
always
pump
have the money box.
the other day, late, like around 10 or 9:30, almost 10 o'clock. I went to the store and bought a pumpkin pie because I was craving it. It was good. Go for
Pumpkin
a snack.
spice.
500 each.
Right on. I got some candy I'm trying to sell right now. Trying to get rid of.
Yeah, someone hooked me up with another disposable for free,
Mhm.
and I kind of went crazy with the cartridges.
Oh yeah, if you like them, man, then that's good. I would do the same thing.
So I got I got
Alright.
I got such a good deal on these,
Right on.
and it's actual true live resin.
Nice. Any strain names?
Yeah, I got some New York Sour Diesel,
Right
uh,
on.
some Sherbert, some Red Runts.
I haven't tried red ones.
I grabbed a little bit of everything here, to be honest.
Right on.
I've been taking a dab all day, dude. I've just been so busy. I'm kind of sad. I was gonna do a 4K video, but as soon as I pulled my GoPro out, someone came up and they were like, "Oh, you're gonna have to ask permission to film tables." And I'm like, "I'm not doing all that."
Yeah. Yeah, back in the bag.
So then I was there at the homie's booth and I was talking to him, and the guy that puts the event on was walking by talking to people like, "Oh, you're gonna have a booth next time?" And I was like, "Yeah, let me get a media pass so I can just take some like." I was gonna do a 4K video walk around today, but I pulled my camera and someone yelled at me. He was like, "Oh, it was probably my wife." I was like, "No, I get it. I guess I get it because it's still like I don't know. It's still like an iffy area. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the legality of actually throwing this event is probably more towards the gray market than the legal.
Yeah, yeah.
So I get it, but he was like, "All right." He's like, "Yeah, I'll give you a media pass next time, so you can just come and film and do whatever you want." And I was like, "Yeah, I'll share any videos I take. I share with the people most of the time, unless like I pay to get in, then I don't share my videos or pictures."
Buy a bit. Dang.
You know, weed's good when you can like smell it through the vacuum.
Yeah. I got that's what not it's not a vacuum, but it's a sealed bag and it's the G13 and it just reeks every time I pick it up. Even before I open the bag.
Well,
Wow, I'm fun. GMO, right on. Garlic, mushrooms, and onions.
Where's Buddy Kilowatt?
He's in the chat.
What's up, bud?
Astronaut strength tanning. That was his last comment. Astronaut strength tanning. I just read it and it made me laugh. I just turned on the comment.
They also drink their own urine, pretty
I'll
much.
do that.
Yeah.
Here you go.
I'm kind of sad he gave me a duffel bag. I wish he gave me like a cross bag. I don't use a duffel bag that much.
That's
I usually have a backpack on. I want my bag to be attached to me. I don't want to have to carry it.
You, my friend, need a fanny pack.
I have one.
Not surprised.
And I got a man purse, the one that goes around the shoulder.
Merce?
carrier bags.
A Merce.
You have a clutch too?
I got this one. This is the one I brought to Vegas so I can. My money
Yeah.
was just literally, my money and ID was sitting right here. So if someone tried to pickpocket me, they're gonna have to fucking go right in front of me.
How many
You can
tampons can you hold in that, buddy?
So like, I had nothing in my pockets other than vapes and fucking maybe a joint or two. And that's the way I do shows now. I don't keep nothing in my pocket.
Okay, bud. Cheers, everybody in chat, by the way. Cheers, all you 26 people watching. Hope everyone's having a great night. Thanks for tuning in.
Oh yeah, Jason and Southern VT won the seeds, and no one emailed me. So I think I'm gonna try reaching out. I don't know. Southern City doesn't have access to his Instagram, so I don't know. Maybe Discord.
Yeah, I don't know.
Here you go.
Oh, joint. Thank you.
I wonder how much gas I used. I didn't even look when I got back. It was like 100 mile, like well, a little bit under 100 miles to get there and back. No, to get like there and like back was another a little bit under 100.
I'm Midwest.
I gotta. Oh, I'm kind of sad. I'm like mixed emotions right now because like I have my stuff outdoors and they're starting to do cool things. Like I'm starting to see like pollen sacs and it looks like seed pods and
Nice.
so it looks like it's doing what it's supposed to. But at the same time, it's fucking late. I'm starting to see some molds. I'm starting to see some powdery mildew. It's getting really cold at night. Thank God it's none of it's for really smoking. If it was for smoking, I would probably cut it down
Yeah.
this
Are they in the
weekend.
ground or in pots?
Both. So they were in pots so I could move them indoors, but my dumbass didn't move them around, and I put them right on the ground, so they grew through.
You can probably still tear them off like a pimple.
I thought about just ripping
But
them off because they still have the main root system, I think. There's only a couple in the ground.
Yeah,
Well,
let's be like,
Well, I
let's
think
shock them a little bit, make them spit out trichomes.
the problem with that is, especially if you have mold, don't you have other plants that could spread and PMs?
I mean, not outdoors. Outdoors is just for seeds.
No, but if you bring them indoors, don't you have other plants?
Yeah, that's the thing. I think I would put them in the shed. Set up like just a cheap little light bulb or something.
Temporary.
Yeah, just something
Yeah.
stupid, like a little light bulb, help them get along, help them get away from the wind. It's probably a little bit warmer in there,
Mhm.
especially if there's a light bulb on.
Yeah.
I feel like it would just extend it maybe an extra half a month that I need. No, like get through November.
You're starting to sound like a moonshiner. Smash.
I
Right
want the seeds, dude. I've been, I don't know. I'm dedicated.
on.
I got backup plans if it doesn't work, but I'm
Wait,
dedicated.
oh, what?
Oh, a little propane heater.
Hmm.
400-watt HPS.
You just, oh, it's an HPS. It looked like a propane
Yeah.
heater.
That's what I thought it was. That's what it looked like. Now with the bulb. Paging Dr. Green some. Paging Dr. Green some.
I need water.
Where's that? Lady in blue. Good
Dude,
girl. Good girl,
I
lady.
want to try something dying really good.
Fuck, this jar keep has got me fucking ripped.
Now where's the pre-roll go? Let's open another pre-roll. Tempest, fuck it.
How the fuck do they call it a pre-roll? The goddamn thing is.
Because it's pre-done for you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's already rolled, I suppose. Yeah, there.
Because it's pre-packed. The pre-roll would
So
be
I think
plastic.
you,
You just say it's rolled. Yeah, I don't know.
Right? It's
has anyone
It's
pre-packed.
like when
heard
people say unthawed, it just gets at me. I
uh,
unthawed it.
OMFG?
Yeah. Give me a second.
So that's what strain this is. OMFG. And it's got like a
Old man fucking goat.
sweet, funky smell. It smells good.
Old man sack. Going on.
Old man fucking goats is the smell you're smelling.
Old goat sack.
Wow, this stuff smells
Old man
good for
fucking goat.
$10.
Yeah, turn up a bit more. Was it wax, you said?
This is diamonds.
A
Oh,
diamond straight up.
God.
Fuck
Hey,
off.
go for a pass.
Hold on. Go Blue Jays.
DNO, you remember that's from. Hey, go for a pass.
Right
I
on.
cannot. I am a goat. I cannot catch the football with me in my mouth. No, you don't remember that shit?
No.
Mop,
What?
mop. Gonna mop this floor. Gonna make it shine. Gonna take off the spray paint with turpentine.
I'm coming out of the booth.
You got a
There you
nice,
go.
clean rig.
That's why I
I
think
haven't
of
even
the
taken a dab out of this thing yet.
whole booth Willie man. I'm coming out of the booth.
Ooh, they're all gonna laugh at you. You gotta show a little respect. Hoo-ha.
There we go. Fucking picture.
Damn, these are good.
That's my bud. Yeah.
I should have bought more of this. I need
Mm,
to ask Bud a question. There he is. Hey, so if I were to call you and I was like, "Yo, bud, I need a liter of distillate," how much would it be in cap or from like you? And you're muted.
Well, I don't know. Depend. Like I don't deal with it much. But in Europe, I just set up a deal, but that's over there. Yeah, it depends. Like really, right now most of the markets hemp derived distillate. So that's one price. That's the low price shit. And real distillate, yeah, price has gone up a bit on that because there's so much of the. I'd have to get back to you on like real prices. It changes.
I heard 1,800 cent, I think.
Yeah, most likely that's. I mean, it's not like you can like distillate to a degree, but a lot of stuff is being made with hemp or THCA stuff.
He
And
said he got it tested, and they were
well,
both
it would test. Like that's the thing. I could test, and distillate is stripped of everything but that. So in some ways, it's not any different. It's like, oh, it might have came from a plant that's a
Oh shit.
whatever plant, but the process of making distillate is
Got to have a lot more of it.
yeah, that's the other thing. But these guys got fucking acres of that shit and nowhere
Yeah,
really to sell it, so they make a lot of distillate and flood the market.
that's
When
why guys
that
like
first
me have
started
30-pound.
happening, like a couple years ago, yeah, that's what bottomed out the distillate price. Because a liter of distillate used to be like $4 or $5. Now it's hundreds to like under 1,500. You can get them like that. Like over in Europe, oh no, they had to pay $5 grand over in Germany for
Kaiser.
cannabis derived or like weed derived distillate.
I should be treasured.
I'm just trying to make my own carts.
Well,
I
that's
think,
pretty
I think it might
easy.
be cheaper to buy a bunch of live resin.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like my partner makes carts with distillate and then adds terps in it. Because otherwise there's no flavor at all. Where if you use live resin or anything like that, um, it's got real terps in it, and you don't have to add terps.
So if something tested at 80% THC, and
Yeah,
it's like
well,
distillate, what would
yeah.
be
I mean, yeah, it should. That's the bottom line of what it should test at. I mean, 80 to somewhere under 100. In the process of running the distillate, it just depends like how much you distill it. Like you could run it a net like you could do the 80%, and then if you ran it another time, it'd come up at 90 some percent. It would be a little less yield because you're basically taking off whatever else is in there.
I was thinking of taking this stuff and heating it up and making it into carts. It's just kind of okay.
Yeah, well, but here's the thing. Either way, you have to have the substance that thins it out and makes it able to smoke in a cart, right? Like, and I don't even know what they're using today. I know back when I was doing it 10 years ago when we first started, we were just
Coconut
using
oil?
glycol and the same shit they used in e-cigarettes.
A carrier?
A carrier basically. And even my friend my partner that makes it, yeah, like the kit of terps, the place he gets his terps, also sell him this other stuff like it's like a thinner, because yeah, distillate's thick as fuck. And you have to have the right viscosity in the cartridge to work right in a E-pen setup, you know,
They make
where
things,
Yeah, that boiling point.
I mean, glycol had it had a weird taste that it would add to it, but
They use don't they use like
like,
coconut oil or something like that now?
yeah, now they use that, or there's other stuff, and actually, they don't really use something like that. They use like a thinner. Well, I don't know what the thinner is. Like, I haven't been really doing card business and shit since
Tell
like
you what it isn't.
2015.
It's not J5's mom.
Yeah.
I suppose I can't. I shouldn't
Oh,
talk about him when he's not on the screen.
I guess.
they make like a vegan, no glycol. It says vegan, no glycols thinner. I gotta see what's
Yeah,
in
it's
it.
probably coconut oil. I mean, there's so many things out, different things. To make a good cartridge that smokes from start to finish, it has to be thinned out.
And the reason why, like, I like cartridges is because, like, I'm not gonna smoke a joint driving the main in the car. You know what I mean? But I can hit a dab pen and get pulled over and it not reek like weed.
Yeah.
Like, I'm
I
the
don't
type
know.
of person that
Like,
locks everything in the trunk.
I smoke joints driving like since I was 15 years old. I don't trip on that shit. But even the last time I got pulled over a few years ago, when I pulled over and I rolled down the windows, I looked through my side view, and as the cops walking up, I could see smoke billowing out of the car. I was like, basically, he just like wanted to make sure I wasn't drunk. He didn't want to fuck with it. Like, California is different. Like the laws and the whatever, they they don't even want to fuck with it. Like, he basically didn't even give me a ticket. He fucking warned me and told me to get on. But I remember looking out my side view mirror. I rolled down the back windows. It was winter time. It was cold out, and like smoke was billowing out of the car. It was like
Me
a
and my
Cheech
buddies
and
got
Chong.
caught.
It was like a Cheech and Chong fucking thing.
That's what I was gonna say.
I've definitely done that once.
And
We used to always hotbox it and shit. Like you would sit in the
Driving
car,
now,
just smoke numerous bowls and
now
put a
it's
little
been a
fucking
few years,
weed
but
in there.
Lindsay,
Clam bake.
my friend, well, she doesn't work for us at the moment because we can't pay her. Literally, she gets flown up to Washington and Oregon by Archive by Fletcher, and she spends like 3-5 days, 10, sometimes longer, and trims for them, and gets paid $200 a pound plus travel. Because like I knew for years, like she's like 1 in a million trimmers. She's really good, right? And when we started paying only 100 per pound, yeah, no, she ain't doing it for that. But a few years back, she worked. She doesn't even really smoke weed, and she was driving home, and she got pulled over, and they smelt weed on her, and they gave her a DUI. And she hadn't even smoked weed. It was just that she smelled like weed. It was the highway patrol. This was maybe like 5 years ago. And then she hired a lawyer, all this. It was like just simpler, even though they didn't really have a blood test, or I don't know. The case had its problems. It was just easier to settle it, pay the little fine, and move on. Because the deal was like the way they charged her or whatever. She had to pay the fine, but it wasn't going to go on her DMV record as a DUI because they didn't have like blood work or. But that was like a few years back. There used to be more of a pressure from the cops about driving stoned. Now it's not such a thing. I mean, if they catch you red-handed, and then it all depends on the cop, I guess. But
when I was a teenager, me and three friends we were in a buddy's car, and it was at night in the parking lot of a school. It wasn't even the school that we went to, and we hotboxed his Ford Probe until you couldn't see out the windows, and then all of a sudden there was a knock on the window, and it was a fucking cop. And he
Dumb,
made
you know, dumb.
I remember he made our parents come to pick us up, and my mom just ended up coming and picking all of us up, or had one of our parents come, and she fucking like my other two friends were scared that we were all gonna be in big trouble, but my mom actually brought us to Burger King and shit. Well, you look like
Nice.
you have the money. And my one friend, who I always I feel bad saying this, but I always thought
Not
he was
sponsored, by the way.
he wasn't the smartest bulb in the box or whatever. But remember he had a bunch of fucking weed. He had at the time to us it was a lot of weed. It was maybe like a quarter, or something like that. But he had this fat sack on him, and fucking when the cop asked if there was more weed in the car, he said, "No, we just smoked one joint, officer." And we don't. I was like, "Wow, he came up with a lie to a cop." I just remember thinking that was like. I looked at that guy different from that day on. I was like, "This guy's actually a genius." I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, that makes me remember back in the 80s, early 80s, when I was a deadhead traveling around a couple times. We got stopped and we were hippies, and they would always put this, yeah, just give us whatever you got, because if we search and find it, then it's going to be trouble. And like numerous times, we had whatever weed and gave it to the cop, and then he dumped it out right there on the roadside, and with his boots, stomped it into the fucking asphalt and let us go.
Oh, yeah, I remember there was a cut when I got my first DUI. I was the first one in the county to go because we changed from 1.0 to point 10 to 0.08 or whatever, and
Yeah.
I got a 0.09. But I remember there was a doobie in the fucking ashtray, and half smoked or something like that. And I remember him grabbing it, and he goes, "What do you got here?" And he smelled it. He's like, "Well, that's pretty powerful stuff," or something like that. And then I was figuring when I got my charges or whatever, the next when I fucking went to court and shit, I was waiting for him to say possession of marijuana or whatever, and it never came. And then when I went to pick my vehicle up out of the impound, it was still there in the ashtray.
Yeah, I mean, even before weed was legalized, most cops
That was like 15
knew the
years ago.
reality of it. Like weed wasn't the worst fucking thing. But
Yeah, but
there was
then
always certain cops that had a stick up their ass and
yeah,
would
they
fuck
find a
you.
fucking stem or a seed and then put you in jail.
Yeah. Now, I don't know, California, maybe it's I'm older and don't run around doing crazy shit, but yeah, I don't even trip on it.
I got a
Sometimes
felony possession when
people
I was.
I go to a restaurant or I'm in public and people go, "Ooh, smells good." And it's not because I just smoked weed. I fucking I smell like weed. That's just what I
I'll
smell like.
I'll
So
admit it that I'll open my bag in my pocket just so it smells even more when I go into a store sometimes.
Yeah. Hey, when I
If I
used
pop
to
into the gas station,
and
see if you find anyone cool in here.
it paid off because I got customers that way when I used to play poker at the casino years ago. Yeah, I would have a bag in my pocket, and sometimes I'd open it and let the smell permeate around, and then it would offend a couple people, be like, it smells like weed. But then, I'd go outside to have a cigarette, and one of the guys would come out and go, "Oh, hey."
Well,
A
pretty good there,
couple of
bud.
those people are still my customers today.
Yeah.
I
And
don't
a
know.
lot of times, my routine, I'd get to the casino late at night after working my ass off in the grow. And so I didn't even have to have the weed in. I just smell like weed.
This one time, me and right in the family farms were at an event, and there was a lady cop walking around, and she's like, "Oh, you guys' tent smells like a skunk." I was like, "Wait, what?" She's like, "I've walked around here all day, and I've smelled like some like really sweet flowers and stuff, but over here just smells like a skunk."
And I mean,
Look at
you
each other
know,
and start laughing.
I'm not
Right.
like a
Well,
proponent of the legal weed thing, except that I don't know if it's every state, but California, yeah, what's it say? Yeah, the smell of weed is no longer probable cause, right? Which, cops used to abuse that. Like, oh, it didn't even smell like weed, but they would say it smelled like weed because then they had probable cause to search you or whatever. So today, yeah, they can't even use the smell of weed as probable cause.
so my dad lives on a farm out in the country, and I've got a
Oh, that's
fifth wheel
okay.
camper
Yeah.
I've got a fifth wheel camper that I've been storing out there, but I kind of half-ass lived in it when I was growing on my last place, and or had it out at someone else's property and shit. But in any case, apparently his neighbor is a fucking canine officer for the county for that county or something like that, and he trains his dogs out in their backyards and shit. Because I mean, it's like out in the middle, it's out in middle of nowhere. But my dad goes, "Yeah, apparently the dogs really like your camper."
Well, I heard a story a few years ago that a lot of the dogs that were trained and very expensive, like were, yeah, they had to get new dogs that were trained that way because weed was like one of the main things that dogs were trained on, and now it's not.
Oh, it's bombs and
A
Bombs
fentanyl.
lot of
and
them, yeah,
fentanyl and chemical smells. Chemical
a lot of
smells.
the dogs you see nowadays are for fucking explosive materials.
Yeah.
If you ever see a dog at like an event, like a big like outdoor event, it's sniffing for bombs. It's not sniffing for drugs.
Not that bomb ass weed.
Well, ultimately, those are good things that have come about
Absolutely.
with the changes in the last 10 years or 5 years or whatever.
I still ain't never heard of a second shoe bomber though.
Yeah, I haven't heard anybody in the cannabis shit that I follow, but Jimmy Kimmel in his monologue the other night said that, yeah, Newsom passed the bill that yeah, there's now going to be cafes. You can have food and non-alcoholic beverages and cannabis in the same establishment starting next year, even though it's signed now. It doesn't start till next year.
Yeah, it takes a
Which,
while.
yeah, it's about time for that. Like, I mean, ultimately, that's what Amsterdam always did. Like, to me, have a good bakery, maybe make a few sandwiches or whatever, sell coffee and smoothies or
Well,
whatever,
there's a
and
place.
also weed. Now, that's a way better business, I think, than a fucking dispensary that just sells weed.
So there's a
There's
place called Mint Dispensary in I think it's Arizona, and they have a restaurant on site. And if you're a medical patient, you can get medicated whatever they have on the menu up to 1,000 milligrams on site, cooked
Did
fresh.
anyone ever watch that? There's a series on YouTube called Bong Appetit.
Yeah, that
It
was
was
pretty
part of Vice
good.
News.
Yeah, that shit was good.
They
They really took it up a level. I don't know what happened to that show, but when it was on, there was some like real good edible stuff going on that show.
they have a restaurant or a pizza place in British Columbia that does edible pizza. You can bring your own and add your own stuff to it with pizza
I
or
forget the name
with
of the
their
place,
stuff.
but when I lived in the Bay Area in the 80s, in Berkeley, there was this Chinese restaurant. And if you asked to be set upstairs, they had this one section upstairs where it didn't hold that many people. That, yeah, they would actually have one of those roach clip things and a little rolling tray on the table, and you could smoke weed when you ate. up there, but not downstairs. And this was like in the 80s. Like I always thought, yeah, that was the coolest restaurant. That was
They have a place in Toronto at Kensington Market where they used to, I don't know if it's still there, it's called the Hot Box Cafe. And you can go in, the front part's like store, like bongs and stuff like that. Then you get to the middle part of the store where it's like you can get food. And then you can go out to the patio, or they call it the patio, and that's where you go out and smoke out back, and it's all fenced up, so you can't see out or see in or
I
nothing.
went to a, I went to
It's
a
really
Taco Bell
cool.
at midnight once when I was stoned.
Sorry,
I
boy.
thought I would try to contribute. Sorry.
yeah,
I'm out of here. Have a good night. Be safe. I'll see you guys
good
soon.
seeing you.
Yeah, Smash.
Cheers.
I mean, that the cafe thing, like there's been that's the second time, or maybe even more times, a bill like that. It was vetoed by our governor, but now this time he signed it. I think it's just a matter of time because even though, well, that they allow people to sell weed at farmers market, like even though it'd have to be like a section that's 21 and over, or whatever, and not have to be like a huge licensed thing, like the farmers that sell the fruit and vegetables they grow there have that right, even though there's a giant industrial food business that is losing money by that. It's not a threat to them. So I think it's only like those are the things I think would be like normalization, which ultimately that's what should happen over time. It's going to take generation for the stigma of weed to go away, but it has to be normalized, not like treated just like a drug still.
Devil's lettuce.
That's too bad. I like that place. Jay Patrick says, sadly, the lady sold it a few years ago. It was cool vibes there, and it was at the place I was talking about. Shit, at Kensington Market, Hot Box Cafe. 2-minute warning, everybody. By the way. What's everybody in chat smoking on?
Well, since you mentioned it earlier, it's been a week or so, at least. I haven't smoked any apples and bananas, so I'm gonna fucking
About the fucking apples and bananas. What's
I'm
up?
gonna smoke on that.
Apples and bananas is awesome.
Too bad it doesn't
Yeah.
have any apples in it or bananas.
No, but it's a dank strain.
Later, doctor, leave me alone.
I can remember when I first started having it, and I remember the first batch, like not really, like what do you call it? Psychosomatic, meaning, oh, it was called apples and bananas. And I remember like smelling it going, I guess.
Wow.
I guess that's like
yeah. I'm happy to be your guys' guest.
But I didn't really smell apples or bananas. And
you smell gas, right?
Yeah, funk and gas, but
funk and gas, yeah.
But then like over the months, I started selling it. People loved it. My customers didn't complain, but I remember a couple of them.
No, it's good. It's really good. It's just the name of it is a little misleading.
And like just regular folk, they're not weed enthusiasts. That just customers of mine. Yeah, after a month or so, when I started selling it, a couple of them said to me, "Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it smells like apples and bananas, but it's really good."
Got my Taco Bell drink. Oh, I forgot about my Taco Bell. Yeah, go get your Taco Bell drink. Yeah.
Looking at the Taco Bell.
Tequila Taco Bell. Do you guys like Taco Bell?
Every once in a
No.
while, I like those classic tacos there.
Oh, those are good. Classic tacos. The
I just
classic
Like-
told a
tacos.
really cool Taco
But
Bell
I mean,
story just a minute
Like
ago.
I don't
Bring it
even know if
past
that's
the
like. I live in San Diego where it's like taco shop heaven, so I don't even know if that classifies as a taco, but I like it. And
Let's
actually,
go to a real Mexican.
it's a little grosser because it's
You
hard
like
to even tell if it's meat. But every once in a while,
Oh, yeah.
I feel like those you get two for like 99 cents at Jack in the Box.
Oh, yeah, those are
fucking
good.
tacos. Like,
Buddy,
I like
buddy,
those
though.
too.
Buddy, you're gonna get like what do you call that? I don't know. But basically we're in Southern California. We're supposed to go to like the taco trucks.
Yeah.
We're not supposed
Well,
to go to
tonight
Taco Bell.
I stopped at
Taco
my
Pico?
favorite Mexican
We're gonna
place and
get
had a
scrutinized.
carne asada plate. And I'm not a hot pepper guy, but
Mm.
it always comes with the jalapeno grilled up. And
Oh, nice.
I took one bite off the tip of it, and holy fuck, dude!
Like
I
you
was
put your
like,
tongue on fire.
it lit me up. I was like, holy shit! I was drinking water, fucking eating the beans, and trying to like mask the fucking. I was like, damn! I don't know how
He's in,
people, and that isn't even
Southern
that
California.
hot, but to me, it's fucking hot.
Where is that at? Orange County. Oh, he's over there. Yeah, and then one of them is in Canada. Oh wow. One of them's in Pennsylvania.
Take
No,
off,
no.
eh?
Wow. Hey, he's Canadian. Mm-hmm.
Take off, poser.
British Columbia. Hey, that's the homie. How about that?
Yeah, no do about it, buddy.
How about that? Hey,
No Taco Tico for anybody?
we don't have no Taco Chico here. Yeah. What the hell is a Taco Chico?
This is like a
Welcome to the
40-gallon
party.
bag
It's
of buds.
a restaurant.
Live
when
show.
you stay-
A live show. Live weed show. You want to go be on it?
Weed chef?
Yeah. Hey, you want to see a Walmart guy? It's the Walmart guy.
I know, no.
Walmart guy.
I could get in trouble.
Oh, you get in trouble.
This is
Oh,
like
You know,
No.
once there's the wrong thing on the internet, you're
Oh,
fired.
it's Captain.
oh, that's true.
So like,
You don't want to risk it. All right. I'm going to go because I don't want to get him in trouble.
What happened to my sound?
I'm in a Walmart parking lot right now. Just, I don't know. It's weird. I'll be home. If you guys are still going and when I get home, I'll join.
All right, Laura.
All right, later.
Yeah.
I've got like
Hey,
a
Cap.
30-gallon garbage bag of bud here. That's like 3 years old,
Yeah.
but it's still the buds still stick to my fucking fingers.
Mama.
called
Most of
mold.
bud too. No, it's actually really keeps really nice. I mean, there's a lot of trim, like a lot of fucking leaf
But it's
matter and
degraded
shit.
in color, right? Like it aged.
It's brown.
I've got a shitty light here too, but yeah, it's like a I don't know. It's not bad looking. It's not the prettiest shit in the world, but
All right, there. I'll start with that. I'm gonna roll up some.
I can just tell you
Okay.
this: like basically, we average somewhere around 15 pounds a month. We
Holy
keep
fuck.
them in these totes in the climate room. We do mark the strain, and like we put a number on there. Like I think we're up to 8 now, so that's like the 8th crop of the But I don't have to even look at the numbers because most of the time, if I got some deal going, I'm gonna try to move the stuff that's the oldest, which isn't even that old, like 6 weeks, 5, 6 weeks. I can just look at the bags, same strain, no different. And what I look at is the color. Like it's still good, it's still like presentable, all that, but the shade of color
Beans go.
change after a month, 2 months.
The greener the better.
And actually, I like weed like fresh, like sometimes the trimmers hadn't even got to it yet, but it was dry enough to smoke. and I'd go down to my strings and take a few buds. That's my favorite.
Yoink.
When it's fresh.
Oh, when the servants haven't trimmed your bud yet.
Yeah.
Cheers, everybody. How's everyone doing tonight?
Hey, Cap.
How have you been, Cap?
Considering I went to bed about 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Hot row.
Yeah.
I was up
just
for
getting up.
Wait, what's today? Saturday.
Yeah.
It started on Thursday night, so I went on. I was fucking having fun, and I went to sleep at 8 this morning, finally, and then I woke up at like 4 this afternoon, feeling pretty good.
Yeah, things have just been tough here with my dad lately.
That's right.
And then you gotta put up with mom's attitude. And it's like, holy shit.
Well, at least you're home, not in Thailand, and you're able to.
Oh, I got problems in Thailand too.
Well, but the family comes first. I know that. Like most of us all believe that and live that. Family starts getting old on you. Yeah, you got to step up.
I'll probably end up killing someone when I go back to Thailand.
Well, don't do that.
Oh, don't worry. I'll have the police with me.
I'd hate to ask, but I'm sure it has something to do with biz or respect or some shit.
My truck.
Oh, the truck.
The guy tried to put my truck in his name. And now first the thing was he was going to let me put it on his property all for free.
Yeah.
All for free.
I remember you telling me that.
Now he wants 5,000 baht. It's only been 100 days. He wants 5,000 baht, and I need to get it off his property within 4 to 5 days.
Well, I remember bringing up it was the lady that lets you that when people have to leave the country, like I'm sure a lot of people have acquired stuff that way.
Well, the lady, actually, I've left things at her house before, like my bike, when I had to come home for almost that other year. And she didn't want to take any money from me because she was doing it for a favor for my cop friend.
Huh.
So it wasn't
What are
like,
those last two words?
it was the first time with, leaving anything with her. She's perfectly fine. She's got everything. But
You got a
this
lot of cop
guy's
friends
from
there?
the UK. I've got a lot of friends in Thailand that make me kind of untouchable. I mean, I wear a Chiang Rai SWAT shirt around, a uniform, actually.
Holy shit, dude.
You don't know what that means.
I've got the silver one and I've got the red printed one. In other words, the only way you can get these is be on Chiang Rai SWAT. I can't even wear them in Chiang Rai.
Well, that'd be impersonating a fucking cop. That's bad.
Exactly.
Southern VT, you won seeds from Smash. He wants you to message him or email him, please.
I need to get some seeds out myself. Damn. Every time I turn around, it's something new here. But my dad's a hell of a lot stronger than what he was in the hospital.
That's good, Captain. I'm rolling up some Bubba Kush.
So yeah, I've been like falling asleep. You know, I'm gonna go take a nap at 7. Well, yeah, right. Wake up at 1 o'clock in the morning and you're like, ah, fuck. Well,
Yeah.
I'll be up at
It
I'll be
happens
up
more
at
than
5 o'clock.
it happens periodically, but a lot of times I wake up and I look and I'm not sure if it's 10 in the morning or 10 at night because like my sleeping is like weird. I'm a
Yeah.
night owl and it's just part of my life. So there's a lot of times I wake up where I'm like, oh, until I really look outside or figure out if it's fucking day or night. I don't know if fucking it's night or day.
Yeah. I know that feeling. Because I made my room totally dark and there's no windows in it. I mean, the apartment looks nice, but
record.
Ugh.
All right, this person is just ducks. I don't know who it is. They didn't have a name. Who is it?
What?
Oh, it's hardcore.
Hardcore.
I was like, I don't know who the skunks is, but I think it's hardcore.
Oh, that was skunks. I need glass. I just use reading glass. I can see distance, but I can't see up close anymore. Even over the years, I started with like the one. I've gone from the weakest reading glasses to the strongest, and still they're not strong enough. And yeah, it's time to go to an optometrist. I've never gone. I don't know why I don't go because I need glasses.
To tell you the truth, you know, like some of the Walmarts or Sam's Clubs or those type places, you're getting the same product as you would at a
dollar
regular
store
shop.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
a couple of my friends that yeah, they go to Costco. Costco has like a good setup.
The guy that used to live across the street from my parents works there, and he says basically they're the same lenses. They're all plastic today.
Yeah. I mean, for basic stuff, I think an optometrist or like might, you know, if you have a complicated issue or and maybe not even like they hire an optometrist to work at the Costco or the Walmart, you know, like it's not like it's not run by a doctor.
Yeah. We just had my dad's eye lace surgery because he got the film after the cataract surgery over top of one eye.
But like, I'm sure I don't go to eye doctors, but since those companies started offering that, it has to have hurt like technically small business being an optometrist with your office and the way those were run before the world changed. So like, yeah, now probably less kids in school are going, yeah, optometrist might be a good option. They make good money. No, you'd have to work for fucking somebody else because the corporate companies set up their own operations.
Get reading glasses for $1.25 at the dollar store.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my eyes, the reading part has been a lot of years, and it's really I can see good far away, but I can't see good close up. And it's been years, and like I say, I started with the 1 point whatever 7.5 2, and I think the top they sell is like called a 3. And yeah, now I have 3s and realize, oh, these aren't good enough either.
Holy
Yeah.
shit, smoke that?
That's
Oh, good.
Since sixth
That's
grade.
why I don't like driving at night right now. Besides that, my cruise control doesn't work at night because the lights are on.
The cruise control.
I get back and I jump in the van and I'm wondering why at nighttime I've got the cruise control on, the sun's starting to set. I turn my lights on and the cruise control goes off. So I had to ask my parents. They said, well, to get the lights to the one to stop flickering and, you know, so they don't go on during the day.
Lick the fuse box
The
while it's driving.
mechanic did something to it. And I'm like, yeah, he took away my fucking cruise control when I turned the lights on.
You got to stick your tongue to the fuse box when that happens.
No, we're just that car's on its last legs anyways.
Bad ground.
The only reason I got that van is because my dad can't own anything.
Do you park it down by the river?
Yes, I did the other night. The other week, it was down at the River Roast. That was a cold ass night. Oh my God. I ended up catching a cold from that. I'm still getting over it.
That's
We're
a
not
funny
even
name.
going to hit 60 here next week.
We had a
welcome
frost
to the
advisory
club.
last night. Or the night before last, we had a frost advisory. It was like 35. Now I think it's like 60 or something.
No.
Minnesota.
It was
Yeah.
like 57 today.
I remember 60 was a big thing. I remember. Now I
It's
just realized
55.
that yeah, that was like in April. That's still a ways away. I'll be 62 because like that. Once you get to 60, then they just start clicking off quick.
Now, bud, you're only 8 years older than me.
Yeah.
But going from Thailand to this, damn, I want to go back. No, actually, in another month, it'll be the exact same temperatures in Thailand that it is here. The only difference is during the day, it's going to be 85 degrees and then drop
Yeah,
down to
but
50, 55, 40.
there has to be things that like
How many
now that
baht
you're
is that?
back in the good old USA that you're like that you go, oh yeah, I missed this or that. Just like it can't all be fucking grass is greener over there.
No, I'm eating a hell of a lot more meat here, like beef.
And you're drinking better chocolate milk.
I've actually, to tell you the truth, I've cut out most of the chocolate and stuff like that because
Oh,
of
you're turning
the
60.
tone rotator cuff. I don't want to gain the weight without putting on muscle.
Hardcore.
Yeah, I've been lucky. Like I had a physical about a month ago. Yeah. I thought my weight was a little lower. Like it was low because I weighed 181. Like my whole life I've weighed 175 to 185 no matter what the fuck I do.
Exactly.
Like now that's just some people's metabolism, but yeah.
And you're taller than me. You're
Yeah,
what,
I mean,
six?
I'm like some people say I eat like a bird, but like I don't like over proportion. Like I just don't like to eat that much, but I eat. And then there's periods in my life where you can tell I gain a little weight because I'm eating more or whatever. but then yeah, I've never had to deal with, if I don't watch out, I'm going to gain weight. A lot of my friends deal with that. Like I looking, yeah, like there were years where they were this other guy a little heavier, and then all of a sudden they decided they wanted to lose that weight, and all of a sudden lost that weight. Most of them had to
Yeah.
do shit like exercise and change their diet and really work at it. Yeah, I've never had to do that.
I had to.
What you gonna
I had a
do?
really bad chocolate milk addiction that took me up to 297 pounds.
How many
Yeah.
cc's would you bang a day?
But so that's okay, that's an example of everybody's metabolism is different, right? That's what that is, right? And if it's that different with weight, it's the same type of variance with how a cannabis affects you. One thing I realized through my customers and years, yeah, how certain things affect me is different. It's than some other people. There are some commonalities, there's some groupings, but ultimately everybody's metabolism is different.
Groupies?
Groups,
Oh, these are groupies.
like certain strains, like have generalities or whatever, something like that.
I'm on the dank side of it. I mean,
Well,
it's
yeah.
gotta get you stoned, not high. It's gotta get you that narcotic
I mean,
stone. And I'm on it for 2 hours.
I've been living in my fucking world since I became a deadhead when I was young. And yeah, I can get I get it if you had kids and this and you had all this routine and you went to the gym every day and did all that you might not want to be blitzed all fucking from the morning on. But then yeah, I've made choices because when I was a kid, started waking bacon, I'd get as fucked up as I could before 7th grade on, right?
Because you were going to school, you had to.
Yeah, but then also when I was in by 5th grade, I was on Ritalin and they said I was hyperkinetic. So ultimately, drugs in general, but weed became the go-to substance. Yeah, I was probably supposed to still take some kind of psych fucking meds, that or whatever it is, because I was diagnosed with that, and by
Poor
7th grade,
kiddies.
I was basically self-medicating. That's how I look at I'm not one about medicine. I call it dope, whatever. But then personally, I know for sure I'm 61 that I've used cannabis as for whatever they call it, ADD. I don't even know. I was hyperkinetic. That's what they called it in the 70s, or in the 60s even. Shit, that was still the 60s. Now they call it the spectrum and all these other abbreviated things. I still use weed. I think and that's probably a threat to the $1 trillion psych med industry, right? That puts out a lot of medicine that has a lot of side effects and uses the cheapest substances they can fucking come up with, salts and fucking shit, terrible shit, to make psych meds.
Well,
cannabis,
it's not only psych meds, it's the other medicines
yeah,
too.
that too.
Because that's all they're trying to shove down tramadol down my throat.
Yeah,
and
and that stuff's garbage and has
we're
side
going to give
effects.
you 100 milligram tramadols. And I said, wait a second. I was on tramadol when it first came out, and those
I
were
thought they're trying
400 milligrams.
I'll tell you this: a couple times, my cutter, lived in my downstairs. He had tramadols. And so a couple times I was hurting or whatever, he'd give me a few Traminols. I
They
take them
don't
for a
do
couple days.
shit.
Not that much, but they alleviate it. But I'll tell you this much.
No, they
I
don't.
woke up, and then even after brushing my teeth, had the worst like taste in my mouth. That was like the Tramadol. Like it left like yeah, I've never had like once I stopped taking them, then you wouldn't have that fucking taste in your mouth. Yeah, that was like, couldn't they fucking make something that doesn't make you fucking have some like worst bad breath, the worst taste in your mouth ever? Yeah, because no, they make some gut rock fucking shit cheap as they
I'll bring
can.
you some.
Even though with
mom used to get this.
science and everything, oh, they could make things better and more expensive.
My
No,
mom used to have this nasal spray for migraines that was called Stadol. And I remember that shit was just fucking gross.
Well, okay, so let's say at some point they venture into the cannabis business. That is what they're not going to try to grow the best cannabis that has the best value of medicine in it. That's not their fucking
They
MO.
can add it to it.
Or whether they can or they can't, right? They're going to go with by far the cheapest fucking the cheapest way to source and make it.
Thousands of acres of outdoor hemp.
Yeah.
Coming to a
I
field
mean,
near you.
yeah, I mean that's a given for sure. I mean that THCA thing and whatever that is. I mean, it's not really well, it is a thing here. I'm just not around it because I know the head shop I go to in Oceanside. They
sell
like
CBD flower.
Yeah, they have these little things. Hey, you can look at the bud there. You can like at a dispensary, you can't even look at it, right? Oh, they have right there in the display, and you want to look at it, touch it, whatever. Because there's
If anyone wants a pound of CBD flower,
and I glanced at it and like
free.
I guess it looked like fake weed. I don't know. It looked like weed, but and I've been in there with like, hey, it's literally less than a mile from the front gate of Camp Pendleton, which has like a bunch. Well, now they get tested, but
well,
like even the same head shop years ago
sells the testing product.
There's like a Dateline about it. It's called Inner World. What's that shit called? Spice and all. When that was like prevalent, well, it still is, but really prevalent. They were selling $250,000 worth a week or something like this. When you see this Dateline, you're like, holy fuck. And how it all happened was, oh yeah, a couple fucking boot campers fucking nutted up and got violent or took too much of the shit. But at that point, they didn't test like, oh, that's why they were abusing it so crazy, right? Because they test for alcohol, pot, everything else when you're going through boot camp or in the service. But they didn't test for spice. And yeah, it was like just this astronomical amount a week, which basically, yeah, we're all the Marines buying that shit.
Yeah, that stuff's crazy. I stopped.
I mean, that is like
friend's head shop.
Basically an analog base in the sense of that, right? I guess maybe a cannabinoid analog. But when weed was illegal, and that's really when the spice thing first happened. I mean, they had so many different names for the fucking thing over the years. They tried to market it as like a cannabinoid, like synthetic weed. Like that was like part of the marketing of that shit, which I don't think like, I don't know much about it, but I don't think it's anything like weed.
I think it's more like ammonia and shit.
Well, dude, it's an Eastern Bloc fucking thing. That's the cartel that fucking ran that shit for years, basically Russian. Yeah, they cook up. And why they changed the name product? Because it was just like, yeah, they would tweak the chemistry slightly so it didn't test for it. Now, like the government always does, they have like a test that covers the whole range of stuff, right? So you can't just play whack-a-mole, because a couple times, like our system basically would make one substance illegal, but you could tweak it one molecule and now it's legal until they made that illegal. Now the way they word the law, they basically say it and anything like it, right?
Anything like it. I go into my friend's head shop here. It's only like 4 or 5 minutes away. The kid that I went to school with started the head shop back in the late 90s.
Well, the I call it fake weed, the THCA fucking deal.
Well, they've got
it exists in weed states. It's still around in weed states, minusculely, and doing like terrible low numbers.
or the Delta
But
8?
when you get to states that are
Delta 9.
still no legal weed at all, that's the gold mine for that business, right? So, yeah, it's time to like for whatever to happen that weed's legal in all the states. Like, fuck that. But the federal government really can't do that because our system's supposed to be like, oh, the states have the right for their own. It's kind of a gray area
federally.
Well, once it's federally legal, then it's going to be Medicare and shit will cover it, and then that would be a whole different game.
Well, yeah, a whole bunch of things.
I just got Medicaid.
No, I mean, but
okay,
what they're going to cover, and it's like some product supplied by the
company
that's like going to be so bad, even though it's free, you're not going to want it. Like, it's not good. It's not going to be getting stoned. It's not going to be like all the things that we as enthusiasts covet about marijuana and all the ways we've excelled at growing it the best that we can over the last 30, 40 years. Like, we really put a lot into this. It's all out the window, dude.
It's all about money.
Yeah, like most likely, like if the pharmaceutical industry made a play today, just due to like the same reason that we offshore all of our manufacturing, they're going to go, we need tonnage of weed to extract at whatever percent, right? Where can we get it the cheapest around the whole world? Oh, well, not here, because
China's already like the third producer.
Yeah, because the same problem we've had for fucking my whole adult life. We can't compete because they got lower wages, lower costs, and so right off the bat, we're playing from behind in everything, right? Because the rest of the world can compete with us on terms. I mean, as much as I'm totally against Trump, I believe that you need some kind of system. But see, that's, then I don't believe that, because ultimately that means it's a tax. Ultimately, that means we pay for it, right?
Yeah.
In my town, Fallbrook, we're the avocado capital of the world. Yeah. Fuck, dude, no one grows avocados there anymore since Mexico
cartels
took over the avocado business from us. Well, maybe you should have a tariff on the avocados coming across the border to make the level playing ground, right? But then,
and you get countries like Thailand that charge you like $200, $300 tax on imported items from the
Okay,
United
every
States.
country does
Yeah.
it different, right? Every country does it different. And in Thailand, when you say, yeah, certain
Yeah.
items are taxed so high that what happens? No one buys them because, oh, no one's going to pay that much for that, right? Or some people do. That's just the way it goes. But ultimately, an economist think that if you tariff products or tax products, or it becomes a tax that the consumer ends up footing the bill on. That's how the system works. It's never like, well, the company that's making $1 billion a year now makes less money. No, they make the $1 billion more a year because they passed on the cost to the consumer. That's how the system works.
Well, the avocado belongs in the worm bin or a garbage can, anyways.
Oh, dude! Even tonight, I went to my favorite new. Well, I've only been going there over here by the warehouse. They make the best guacamole. Oh, fuck, dude. But Micah, what I realized, there's always 2 soccer games on the big screen, different ones. I know it's a good Mexican restaurant because being like the white guy, you're like not always. There's some white, there's other people hip, but oh no, most of even I've been going there for about a year. I finally figured out the menu because, they don't even have it in English.
They say,
and the locals and I'm not one that goes for it, but what most of the Latinos that frequent, they get this, like, they take the whole fish and fry it, so like right there on the plate, the head's sticking there, the tail, everything's still on it.
Yeah,
they grill it up.
Snapper, the whole red
I don't know
snapper.
what that's called, but yeah. And now I see it on the menu. It ain't cheap, but a lot of these people work hard and they don't eat like that every day. Yeah. So yeah, when they go out, they fucking having the whole thing, right?
It's like our holiday meal right there. That was what we would get.
I mean,
the whole
I watch people, man, and when they're done, they're really good at eating it. The fish is still in one piece, just the bones. It's like a dinosaur. It's like a dinosaur bones.
Yeah.
Like they can eat the whole fish. The head and everything's gone. Right?
They fry it up so long that you could eat everything. It just
I think I've seen them mess with it. Like, they don't just cut up the whole head. There's these little pieces of meat, like the cheek meat, the fucking
yeah.
It's only one little bite, but that's like, that's the goods.
So gross.
I
I like my fish dressed already.
Yeah.
Sometimes the scales are even on it. Like
for sure.
Scales.
Yeah. See the scales.
No scales, no problem. Just the head, and the tail, and shit. What happened to chat?
It's funny.
Monotone.
I love it.
Yeah, that's gross.
Sweet.
Right on. Who's that showing that? So hardcore. Right on hardcore. Billy. What? Blah.
Oh, that went in my nostril. That burned so much.
It's quicker for me to grab the sticker than to say hi in chat.
Yeah, that's what I do with J5. I just shows the robot guy, J5.
You're supposed to smoke keef, not snort it.
You know what though? Way back in the day,
I only did that once.
In different cultures, snuff is a thing. Like inhaling powder and
tobacco.
I don't know what like we used to dry keef and have screens and shit.
I snorted a line of keef on the Adam Dunn show on 420.
I know a couple times. God. I did what like snuff, right? Where I like had like out of the container. I just took a pinch in my finger and went, right? Oh, it was a bad experience. Okay. And it fucked up my nose for like days. It wasn't like, oh, blow this shit out and wash it out. No, it got in my sinus and it was fucked up.
I was really high, so I couldn't tell if it made much of a difference. But it actually tasted kind of good. It was dry
But
stuff.
I forget the name of this stuff that this healer lady that stayed with me for a while. Fuck, I forget her crazy name. Yeah, it came from the Amazon, and like
They
it had
blow it
this.
up your nose.
Yeah, and it's like supposed to set your equilibrium, right? Oh, it's called Rape, RAPE, but there's an apostrophe on the A, so it's Rape, not rape.
No.
Yeah, and there and I did a little research. Oh, there's different rape from different regions that it's got a little tobacco, a little this, herbs, all this fucking concoction of plant medicine. It was a little harsh, and you had to let it like you didn't try to blow it right out, but for the next 2 days you blew out like snot that was like had rape in it, right? Dude, it did. Like my equilibrium, my
gotta swallow them
balance,
drip.
like it worked. Like I still have some, but yeah, it was like, yeah, like I was bitching about a pill leaving an aftertaste. If this was the only medicines human had, oh, that was pretty harsh.
Well, I go to my. I'm sorry, D.
Go for it, Captain.
I've been at my friend's head shop quite a bit lately when I get a couple minutes to get away from the house because he's only down the street. The bags of kratom and the liquid kratom that they're selling has taken over the whole rest of the head shop.
I think it's called kratom.
You can call it whatever you want.
I'm just calling it what's his name? Oh god damn it. What's the name of that? The drug nerd on fucking got the pharmacopoeia show.
Like my warehouse is in a complex that has a bunch of warehouses, like a couple aisles over for the whole like 10 years. And like even if I gave you directions, I'd say, yeah, turn in the driveway that has the kratom banner. It says kratom as big as you can have. It's not like they have people come by from them, but they have the loading dock where they have these vans that are delivering it. Yeah, this is I looked up their company name. Yeah, they're like one of the big players that put out bulk or wholesale. They yeah. I've never gone over, talked to them or anything like that. And I have no desire to fucking take kratom, but
a lot of people come in and, and they're buying it. And I actually asked them, I said, hey, what are you buying this for? And does it really help? And there's some construction guys that come in and they've got these little bottles that are liquid, but they're like 50 times stronger than the amount of flour that are not flour leaf you would have to eat.
Yeah, but then
they're buying like a box at a time, and the boxes are like $200.
They're like those 5-hour energy drinks. So these little shots that actually are very, very concentrated. Like
how many bots is that?
Right. But then I saw a story
more than your mother
that okay, and it works great for a lot of people. But then there's certain people that basically end up in the hospital. A couple have actually died that have like OD'd themselves on this shit.
I don't know. In Thailand, I can go out in my backyard and pull it off the tree and eat it that way.
Well, I think it was a Vice thing. They showed like the farmers over there, and yeah, it grows along riverbeds where rivers are because it gets watered, and yeah, they go down there in the and just pick each leaf off. And yeah,
There are like
That's
four
that's kind of
little
weird. So
villages that live in this forest in southern Thailand,
damn.
and it got hit really bad. But since these villages got together, they started planning more of it, and they stopped the people coming in and just taking it
well, it's been
because
around
they
forever.
stripped the whole tree, and you're not supposed to strip the whole tree. You're supposed to let the part of the tree live.
Well, I mean,
That's weird that you
I
say that
think
it
it's
grows by
been,
rivers because willow trees, Salicaceae family. Willow trees grow near rivers and like wetlands, and that's where we get acetaminophen or aspirin from.
yeah, well,
Comes
there's
from this.
probably some medicine-based facts about nature that say that, yeah, medicine, go find the water. That's where the medicine plants are.
Take me to the river.
Well,
I
if it's
wish
got high
someone would make
salicylic
up
acid,
pure aspirin right now. I'm hurting.
go lick a willow tree. I think you
The
gotta like
hospitals don't
hard.
even
Go
want
look
to
at
give me
Toad.
medicine.
I just need some fentanyl.
Well, like I know from one of my
No, I'm
friends,
going to
it happened to a
TJ
couple.
soon.
If there's part of the new system is there's like a form that any number of people, the pharmacist, the doctor, anybody can put in your medical file that basically, regardless if it has real need or not, declare you as drug seeking. And then once they declare you as drug seeking, oh, good luck.
Yeah.
But see, I haven't been drug seeking because I've been on the medications now,
Yeah, but
shit,
you got to be careful how you talk to
since,
them.
oh yeah. But what I do is I just bring in my pill bottles over the past 2 years.
Yeah, but see, part of this is that they've declared like that, oh, that isn't a valid treatment for long term. Like that, like the government and the
No, they want to
medical,
give you fucking tramadol.
after they built a whole system of pain thing for all these years, they got greedy for some years and exploited it, created this fucking thing that happened, and now it's like they overreacted. And yeah,
Yeah. I actually had a doctor the other day because he asked me, well, what type of medications you on? And I said, basically diazepam. And he says, well, how much do you take a day? And I said, I take like a 5 or 10 in the morning, and then I take a 5 or 10 in the evening. And he's like, oh, then we can't give you this medicine because it puts you over this number. And I'm like, wait a second. You're going to say that the medicine that my 83-year-old doctor has been giving me since 1999, I can't take with my other medicine. I have to choose between the other medicine, the pain medicine, and the psych medicine. Come on, there's something wrong there. You're taking
well,
somebody that needs a psych med off of it just so he can get relief from the pain. It happened to me for 6 months when I came back a while ago. And, you know, the doctor said the next time you, it actually happened when your fuck up happened, bud. When we went to Ventura, I ended up eating a couple Valium, and like 9 days later, it showed up in a drug test.
I failed my
And
ASVAB, like to get into the army. I passed the written test. They said with flying colors, but and then they said in 2 weeks you'll get a letter that says when you're going to be expected to go to boot camp. And instead, in 2 weeks, I got a letter that said I failed for masking agent because like I quit smoking weed for like a month. I think I was 17, but it was, I was just about to turn 18 or whatever. And, but I bought a bottle of Test Pure, it was called, at the local head shop for like, it was $50 for a 20-ounce bottle. And you had to follow all this fucking, like, little mini booklet worth of rules
Yeah,
and
well,
shit.
you know how they tell that? Because there's weight, okay? And the masking
Creatine.
agents create a different weight to the urine, right?
Yeah, I
It's
have no idea.
it's heavy.
But I'm
Like
glad that I
that's how
failed
they
for it
do
because
it.
I'd have been an army boy if I would have passed. So
I wouldn't even have had to take a drug test to get into the army.
Well, I know I know a
yeah,
couple people
they just
that
tested
do
acid in
still
me.
get pain medication, and they don't always take it, but they always have to save some because when they go to get
They get
another
cut off.
script, if they're not, they test you when like, and then if you're not, I have the level that they say that you're supposed to take, it you haven't taken it, they won't give you like you have to like actually take it to get more of it.
Oh,
that's part of the
believe
new
me,
system too.
they've cut me down on so much that 2 pills a day. Yeah, I need those.
Well, I mean, that's like if you followed what they did, you were living in Thailand in the last so many years, in the federal bill and the doctor, the how they appeased the epidemic they created. Yeah, they put all these things in place. Like, yeah, like technically, a doctor by the law, the system can only write opiates for short-term pain relief, like a few days, nothing more than that by law. Like, and then that's why most doctors, even if they
Don't even
did in
fuck
the
with it.
past, yeah, they just have decided, oh, and then they have to do triplicate and they get fucking hassled if they buy, it's a whole system that and the insurance company and everything, it's just this whole rigor most doctors have just gone on practicing medicine and just without that in their even though they went to school and pretty much are
Rigmarole.
experts in giving out pills to people for any ailment they have.
But they ain't giving it out narcotics.
Like, oh, they won't give you antibiotics either anymore because by giving you antibiotics so often, then they lost. It had if every time you went there and had a cold or whatever, they gave you antibiotics. That's how they used to do it. Eventually, antibiotics wouldn't work anymore. So now they don't. They only give you like antibiotics a little bit.
I brought back 200 of those because, yeah, they don't give out antibiotics anymore, like amoxicillin and stuff like
well,
that.
one, I never
Do you have a fanny
personally.
pack too?
I have doctor now, and but for like 35 years I didn't. But
Doctor Who?
I had my fair share of whatever substances were out there because people would trade me for weed or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, I had people like they'd have scripts always want to fucking. Now that's a few here and a few there, but that's all I ever want.
When I come out to California, I'm taking a couple days going down to Mexico.
And like myself, like I'm the type that like, oh yeah, but I like a month later, I like somehow I never Robbie, my kid or my young guy, my buddy. Yeah, he's the opposite. Like he has everything, dude. Like and Gary, my partner, he's the same way. Like, oh, he has blow and MDMA, like not a lot, but he saved some from whenever it was good for whenever
yeah.
Right. I'm the type that whatever dope I got, somehow I use it.
Yeah, well, like I say, when I come out to California, I'm making a run to TJ. I'll actually go see a doctor, give him all my paperwork and have it with me. But I have pill bottles from the United States that I can fill up with the medicine down there and bring it back. And the United States crossing the border can't say shit about it because it has my name on it.
Yeah, and here's the
And
reality.
it's from a U.S. drug, is from a
I
U.S.
don't really
doctor.
have any firsthand experience, but living in San Diego, I know the TJ. A lot of the pharmacies that's where the medicine is distributed out
They'll
of.
write you your own script.
Well, not only that, but it's not like, oh, these are the name brand Merck, whatever. No, they have their own like pharmaceutical production companies. So it's basically like China. It's a knockoff, right? Oh, it's not like it's a fake. No, but oh, they produce it themselves. You know what I'm saying? So, all right, some medicine you might, feel more like.
I turned down some of those blue M30s.
Well, all those are fentanyl, and there's like,
yeah,
if that's what you're looking for, that's there too. But and it's a big business. It's not a lot with like get high drugs. And some of that, there's people in the United States that live in San Diego or bordering things that have whatever medicine that they have to take and whatever. Like, yeah, they go down there and buy it way cheaper than even what up here and insurance and blah blah blah. You can still go down there and get it cheaper.
well, the anti-seizure medication that I take to get my hand to stop shaking because of the nerve damage is like $400 here for 120 pills. In Thailand, it's like 160, but I'm sure down in Mexico, it's probably even less than that.
Well, now, and it's still overpriced.
And at 400, I couldn't afford this medicine. I got to take 1 to 1.5 pills a day.
I mean, I'd actually, I've had a couple friends that have to take insulin and shit, right? But I hear it on the news and in the politics. Oh, they've lowered the price of insulin down to like pretty reasonable. But oh, that's a big part of the business. People can go down to Mexico and buy Mexican insulin for way less than you can get it here.
Well, in Germany, you can buy it for like 50 some dollars, but here in the United States, it's still like triple that.
Yeah, well, they've been making a ton of money off of something that's pretty like oh, it's all profit. They don't spend a lot making insulin.
You can thank somebody in West Virginia for raising those prices.
Yeah, well, I just remember
free.
once upon a time, somewhere along the line, it was like on some podcasts or maybe TV. I think it's pretty smart. Like they were talking about economy and shit, and he said, basically said that what's the price of something in America? Whatever they'll pay for it, right?
Yeah.
So our country, in our capitalism, some things are priced because, oh, that's what they would pay for it. Not that oh, that's a reasonable profit margin and good business. That's sort of changing on some things, but for the last 100 years, things here cost whatever we'll pay for it.
And that's exactly how they explain it too. Because like my phone bill for full service on one phone and data on the other is $20 a month in Thailand. Here, it costs me 65.
Yeah, exactly. And then now there's pressure lowering that, but for a long time, I mean, even back when we paid per minute and all that, Oh, that was what we'd pay for it.
Yep. And we'd pay it, so they didn't change it. They just raised it, or they changed the plan. You're not going to pay by the minute now, but your plan is now $75, $80 a month. And how many people actually have a phone in their house anymore?
No one.
Why? Because that fucking phone is $40 a month just to have it in your house.
Yeah, I remember having one from fucking beginning of time to my last. I didn't have a phone there for at least 5 years. All of a sudden, one day I realized, yeah, I guess in
Why?
an emergency, but no, like yeah. And when I moved out, I had all the phones in this box. I remember, cordless ones, all these phones that I got decent ones, and yeah, I don't have haven't had a phone like that. And actually, no one. I go to no one's house that has a phone.
Exactly. It's because we've all gone to cellular phones.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ma Bell, but then they just recreated themselves and became bigger as AT&T. But
It's when they
Well,
switched
they
from
had to.
56K to cable for the internet.
yeah,
That was
but I
the
mean,
deal
at
for the
one
phone.
point, that was like their main income. That was them. They were the phones, the
Yeah.
landline system, and that pretty much doesn't exist anymore. I mean, businesses, I guess, still have them.
My parents actually sold a litho for, it was American Telegraph and Telephone, which turned into AT&T. And yeah, you don't have people at switchboards anymore.
Well, the
That job
few,
went away.
the very few that in my life in the last years, I was like, holy fuck, there's a fucking actual payphone. Oh, somebody had like
Broken the
vandalized it. It wasn't
handle.
really going to work. But there used to be payphones fucking everywhere. Like everywhere, dude. Like you go to a restaurant and
Without the
back by the
numbers.
bathrooms, there'd be a phone. Then you go outside, you go to the corner, the liquor store, or everywhere you went, the gas station had a phone. Yeah, somehow over so many years, they just don't even exist anymore. Like, like world just changed. That's what happened. There's no need for them.
My first pager was a 1-800 number. You didn't even have to pay to page me.
Hey, back when I had a pager operating. It had to have been in the '80s, and where I
Yeah,
lived in Topanga, I knew this one phone at this one gas station that
that would ring.
would ring. Okay, and so did my custies. So then, yeah, I forget how we did it, but like with the pager, and then somehow I'd go to that phone. Yeah, and they could call me at that phone. It was crazy. Like
Yeah.
we figured out ways. Then there was the phone card hustle and the fake phone cards. I like being a deadhead on the road. Oh, uh, calls and hotel calls. Hey, it was super. I like just to call a different state would be like outrageous price, right?
$5 a minute.
Yeah, crazy price. But they're like out on tour somehow. Like this is when phone cards first came about. All the deadheads, like, oh, everybody knew it. There was like this certain number you called and you did whatever, and we had free phone for years. Like it wasn't like, oh, that worked for one tour and then it didn't work anymore. No, everybody had this one number. This on some, it was a card number thing, and we all the heads used it for years.
Yep.
But then eventually they figured out a way to fix things. And they always, a lot of times, oh yeah, we're good at finding the loopholes. Even earlier when you were talking about that, all the orange soda came out.
If you're
When
on
I
Straight
came,
Talk right now, you can go to Straight Talk, or even if you're not on Straight Talk, you can go to straighttalk.com and you can get it's like a Moto, I forget what what it is. It's a Motorola phone, but it's $150 value. And like I pay 45 bucks a month for my silver plan on Straight Talk. I get unlimited everything. And it's like through Verizon Towers and shit. And it's been for several months now where you can go there and you just gotta buy a $45 card and they give you a free phone. So like for the past 3 months, instead of going and getting my card at Walmart like I normally do, I just buy it online and get a free phone every time.
burner phones.
They're decent phones. I mean, I broke the screen on my last one a week after I got it, so I got another one again. But apparently you can just keep doing it. So
I
there's
had
a
a
hack if you're on Straight Talk.
Motorola
Get a free
flip
phone.
phone that it was like 7 or 8 years old, but I could get reception where other people couldn't.
Even like, and they're like obsolete. Better than, I think at the store you can still buy them. What do you call it? Like a voicemail thing. Well, what was it? Like your you had your phone and then you hooked up a answer thing, like
An answering
wait,
machine?
the answering machine.
I remember when
I had
what was it
answering
called?
machines.
When Call Wave first came out. I was in college. That was where you could get it was an online answering machine. So if someone called you when you were online, it wouldn't kick you off the internet back in the 56K days. That was mind-blowing technology then. Back when it took like fucking 5 minutes to load a really big picture.
Yeah, I mean, I still remember phones before it was
I
even
got
call
my
waiting,
Commodore 64.
or you had to pay extra to get call waiting at the beginning. And then a few years after that, they had the thing where you could like see who was calling you.
And star 69.
Yeah, there used to be that
Yeah.
before that.
Or,
But basically,
or you could dial
Alrighty.
star 67
like a
before you
lot of
call, and it
times,
would make
I
you.
mean, I remember when someone called, you had no idea who it was. So you let your answering machine pick it up. And then they would say something, and then you'd pick up because you didn't want to just answer the phone all the time.
Yeah. Pick up and make sure the
Alrighty.
answering machine went off.
Yeah, exactly. Because at first they were, yeah.
They would just record the whole voice, your whole call.
Yeah. I mean, to where we are today,
40
I can't
years
believe it.
ago?
It's not
Holy
that
shit.
many. It's not that many years ago. Yeah, I mean, we were in the fucking dinosaur age. When I first started phones, yeah, they were rotary. We had to go, and there's this whole
Back me to
rotary.
Klondike 5.
We had a rotary phone in my parents' house until like the mid 80s. My grandparents had a rotary phone until the mid 80s too.
And the first
We
time when
had
I
one in
got
the
an
90s.
apartment, yeah, when you called to get the phone and they came, the installer had to come, he'd just give you a couple phones and hook them up. And then
Yeah.
after a few years, oh no, you had to pay for those phones. And a lot of those phones
Stay off the phone.
are like, they're like basically indestructible. Like the basic whatever, that square phone, or they had the Princess one. That one maybe a little more destructible, but the one you could throw that thing across the room, it wouldn't break.
I had a cement truck literally drive over my fucking Motorola when I was working, and it fucking survived. I'll never forget that.
Yeah, I drove over my own phone and destroyed it. Get in the car and, leave it on top of the roof. Oh,
Yeah, I forget my baby on the roof all the time.
that's when I found out that these screens can cost up to $450 to replace.
Well, I mean, now I don't do it because over the years, so both the grocery stores I shop at, they have an app, and then they have certain things that are like on good sale, but you have to like put it in the app thing for you check out.
Digital coupon.
Yeah. So when I'm in the store, I leave the phone in the basket in the cart on the thing because I'm like, oh, okay, I want to buy that. Oh, let me put it in here. Boom. Twice in the last like 6 months, I get home, I put everything on the counter. I'm like, oh fuck, where's my other phone? My main phone, because I have two. Oh fuck, I call the store. The one time, the lady's like, oh, let me go look. Let me go look in the cart. She found it. I came and picked it up a few minutes later. Second time, I call. A different lady answers. She says she goes outside. She couldn't find him. I'm like, oh, fuck. I still drive up there. And on my other phone, I call that phone because it wasn't in the cart outside anymore. They'd taken the cart.
Pulled it inside.
And it was inside where they have like fucking rows of 4 or 5 rows of like 25 or more carts. And when I came in the store, I called it and I could hear it ringing. And then I started pulling out all these carts and making a fucking mess. And then I was trying to like accommodate people. I'm like, oh, you need a cart? You need a cart? Because like, oh, they all go in there, but you can't just take them all out. It wasn't the right space. But I got in there enough and I reached in and there it was sitting on the seat. And then the last couple of times I went to the store, no matter what, I put the phone back in my fucking pocket, which then somehow triggers it. Then I have to reopen the app. Okay. But when I would just leave it on the seat, if I picked it up an aisle down, the app was still sitting there, ready to use. But if it goes in my pocket, it closes it.
Huh.
My screen thing pops on, and then I have to go back and fucking open it.
Yeah, well, my trip back from Thailand, I had a nice bank account, and within 2 months, it was drained. And it started with Quintar Air. That's what we traced it back to. And now I'm in the process of getting back quite a bit of money from my bank because you can see on my bank statement that I only use that card for either grocery stores, hotels, or gas. Nothing else came out of that card. And then all of a sudden, I joined like 5 different Patreons and I'm paying for someone else's Apple phone bill. And it's like, I own a Samsung and an Exonia, a Chinese phone. These are the only phones I've never owned an Apple phone in my life. So I'm in the process of getting that back. And when I came back the time before, they hit my credit card. And I'm still fighting with them on that one because they didn't send me all the pages I found out. But I mean, my bank and fraudulent charges owes me over $30,000. And I'm sitting here with like, my hustle money, and that's it.
Sexy girls waiting
When
at
I
home to
talk
call.
hustle money, that's the money I make on the side, man. That's my hustle. I go out and I work hard for that money on other people's mistakes. Hardcore knows about that. Buy something and flip it. Buy it at a garage sale, take it to an antique store or show and sell it for 50 times more.
The fuck?
Guys, I have to bounce out. It's past my bedtime. Have a good night, guys.
Later, Robert. Good
Yeah,
seeing you.
good seeing you, Robert.
Later.
Good night, guys.
Do you sleep standing up in front of that flag or not? Oh, it's too late.
No, he sleeps with the dogs on the floor.
I should do a live fire sale right now. Pottery. I chipped that elephant so you don't get it anymore unless you want it for free.
You should have put it up on eBay and took the first 500 that came around.
Oh, no, I'm not back on eBay yet because I'm a fucking idiot. Because I'm a fucking. I hold a grudge. I've owed them $40 for like 3 years now, and for somehow it stayed exactly at $40 too. They haven't given like there's no interest or anything. Every time I go back, I expect it to be like $100 or something, but it's been 40. The only reason I haven't gone back yet is because I know for that the second I do, they're going to put me on restriction for 30 days at least.
Yeah, but in the
So
game
bad,
you're in, how do you not, like, all right, you're
yeah,
lost.
I've been trying to itch by doing it with Facebook groups, and I do sell quite a bit, but you got to lower your prices so much, and it's such a hit and miss that I don't know.
And eBay
I
had
think,
like the escrow, I mean, like they guaranteed things, right? So there was that what you pay to be on eBay had its value, I guess, right?
yeah. And I
I
suppose
mean,
I
but
should just
I
keep it
don't
on.
know. I did
Just
enough business over eBay. They never made me pay.
oh, but it's in there.
oh
It's
yeah,
in
you
there.
pay.
Oh, there's a
They just take it out of
percentage
your.
that you
Well, you
have to
pay to
pay.
take out the ad, like that's
Actually, the
small,
ads a
but
lot
then
of the times you
there's
get
a
so many
percentage
free.
there's a percentage of the dough that they take
Yep.
A lot
too.
of times, like the first 100 listings or something like that a
Listing
month are
fee.
free. Yeah, then you got to start
Yeah,
paying the listing fees.
I
But
mean,
the
when
shitty
they
thing is when
first
they have you on
started,
restricted mode.
they basically were giving that shit away. Like, but no, now that they established, became the big whatever they are for decades. Yeah, I hear a lot of people complain about what it costs to sell stuff on eBay.
Yeah. Well, Facebook Marketplace is trying to do the same thing too, where they want to take 10% if you sell it or if you ship it through them. But so I always just I'll do the local pickup only, but I'll write in what shipping is and shit. It's what a lot of people do, like
But
on
like,
groups
okay, for that ten
in groups.
dollars, that's also insurance too, right? Like that's part of it.
I think so, but the USPS already they
Yeah,
insure anything up to $100 automatically on
yeah,
any of.
okay. But guess what? If you ask them to break down why it costs whatever to set, okay, it's built in the price, right?
Well, they make so much fucking money.
Well, they just don't manage it well because like they get.
But the mail, I mean, that's a big fucking thing. I mean, there's a lot that goes on in the mail. I've ever seen Charlie in the mail room. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it's a fucking drive every fucking letter and piece of mail to every house in the fucking country.
But
and walk
we got
up and put it
algorithms
in a
on our
box.
side.
So I lived in East Liverpool, Ohio, which is like one of the pottery capitals of Ohio, West Virginia, Pennsylvania. And they took a lot of the Fiesta ware and they put it in a dump. And people were going out to this dump and digging out the boxes of Fiesta ware and putting it on eBay. I'd walk into our little post office and there'd be people there with like 150 priority mail boxes going out.
Oh, my post office guys know me well. You want
My
some Fiesta
bank knew
ware?
me well.
I'll sell you some Fiesta ware. I got a bunch. I'll do matching cup and saucer for $4.
No one
Plus,
wants it anymore.
oh, they go for like I think 7 or 8 or something like that for a pair online on eBay plus shipping. I've probably got like I think I've got 30 cup and saucer pairs that are all different colors. I've got like a dozen plates that like dinner plates,
The dinner
probably a
plates
dozen
used to bring
salad
like
plates.
15, $20. Now they're like eight.
I'll sell them for 5 a piece. I've got them in like mustard yellow or something. I forget what it is. Some type of yellow.
You want that blue color.
The dark I've got dark blue and
light blue.
Like a light blue in saucers. I got a pile of them. I just haven't. I don't know. I got them for cheap, fucking on road. Usually, I don't collect production wear, but
When all that
like
mid-century modern shit was going on, man, that stuff was selling like hotcakes.
I've got a few sets of old dishes. Yeah, old dishes that they go for okay online, but
I'm finally starting. I've got like tons of shelves around me here. And I've started to slowly take out what my mom put up and started putting up my glassware.
I'm like maybe 20 minutes away from starting to go through boxes or totes. I've been trying to fucking situate my storage unit enough so where I can start inventorying shit. But I've got to fucking play Tetris here first.
You know what I had to do? Pull my truck out of the garage because I told my mom I needed to put up four by eights. And my mom said, well, why don't you just put up your dad's canopy tent? That's a 10 by 20. And I said, okay. We just can't find any of the coverings for it now. So I got to go buy a roll of Panda film. Because I ain't going out and buying those pieces of plastic. They're expensive as hell. And all this is a tarp. But I had the electrician over the other day, and guess what? Those LED lights I got from Thailand, I have to be in a warehouse to run those. I can't run them out of my house because they pull 277.
Yeah, that's phase. Yeah,
That's basically phase 3. Yeah, it's commercial.
Yeah.
But I got a 50 amp fucking 220 line with the big plug in it.
Yeah, that's only phase 2.
So, and the thing is even with that, I still can't run them if I even had the conversion box. But, it's winter time here, man. I'm running HPS and metal halides. I need the heat. The heater in the garage only goes up to 60 degrees because mom's cheap as fuck.
How many baht is that?
A lot more than what your mother cost. You're always going to get that answer back from me from now on, hardcore.
And I'm okay
I'm
with
on
that.
the American dollar system right now, buddy. But I can show you what a million dong looks like.
I'm good.
I'm good. Went from talking about bot to talking about Vietnamese dongs, and I'm done. My friend that he's now downsizing after 35 years in the sound and production business. He's now getting out of it. And he's actually coming to Thailand with me for a month. And we're going to go to Thailand, Laos, Cambodia. It's going to be a fucking trip. I mean, I'm going to have to take 20 or 30 pieces of paper just for us. But we're going to go over and at the end of March so we can catch April and Songkran and the Thai New Year. So that's like 13, 14 days of partying. The Thai New Year's ends up being on a Wednesday this year, which means they're going to start the Friday night before, and people won't be back to work for at least 13 or 14 days.
Yeah, China does the same thing. Like
China's New Year run in Thailand runs for like 2 fucking months.
yeah, they shut everything down. Like here, we get like a 3 day. That's it. Like that. Maybe if it falls right, you get 4. But I think that would be a good thing. Where yeah, throughout the year there was a couple holidays that were like not taking vacation. You just got time, or whether you went on vacation or not. That's
Yeah, Thailand has like 67 holidays that are people take off, and the United States has like 6.
yeah.
People in the United States work more days a year than any other country. Just think about that. I mean, shit, in Amsterdam, you get 4 days off for Queen's Day because they know people are going to be shit faced for 3. Mom enjoyed Queen's Day, though, and everybody dressing up in orange on one day, which just happens to be 420, guys.
You get to wear that fancy orange dress you bought?
I get to wear all my orange
Dresses?
I don't have any dresses. Maybe you do.
Do you have any
You live
fanny
up
packs?
there, and you live up there in the woods.
Yeah, so you can shit easier.
Well,
Feel that breeze tickle your balls back.
now we know hardcore wears dresses.
Show me the money. I'll wear a dress.
I was watching the news because I finally got my dad to actually turn the channel over to like the home network where they're revamping homes and shit. But the TV downstairs is always on the news. And they brought up this lady. Oh, she's making dresses and shit out of paper. And I'm like, wait a second. And I looked at my parents and I said, didn't they do that back in the 60s? And they said, yeah, Andy Warhol started it.
We've got a bunch of paper dress forms, they're called. From like the
Yeah,
70s.
well, these are literally paper dresses.
Yeah. Got like the Campbell soup
Okay,
dress and shit.
come on out in the rain.
We've got some vintage lamps.
I had 4 clones die on me the other day, and I don't know why. It was one strain. They had nice white roots coming out of the plugs, everything. And within a week, they were dead in cups. I've never had that happen. And I mean, I took 200 clones, and it was just one strain.
So this was on some app where you grow weed or what?
No, this is my fucking garage.
I thought maybe it was like some
Yeah,
type of Farmville shit.
I've actually got to fight the state of Ohio now to sell clones because the state of Ohio, when they wrote the law, they said any plant with a root is considered one of your 6 or 12. So Friday, I drive down to Southern Ohio. We have a meeting on Saturday with some of the professors at the university there in Athens, which is our large agricultural university. Like Robert Clark shows up there and shit like that and does free seminars. You can go and just sit in them for free. But I mean, there's some really big people down there. And this is the group that's trying to fight this. Where if it has roots, but it doesn't have THC, it doesn't count as a plant. So I've got to go through that fight. But the city has actually given me a permit to open up a business to sell clones. So this is the thing. The city has given me a business license and a storefront to operate out of, but my state is blocking me. So I kind of had a talk with the city and they said, well, open it up and let's see what happens. You're muted, bud.
The state's probably got bigger problems than what's going on in your city.
Oh, when you can go in the head shops and they've got CBD flower, and then you really look at it and you go, okay, I've seen CBD flower, this is not CBD flower. And they're selling it right over the counter. The fucking THC what is it, 8 or
Delta
Delta
8.
8? Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing my friend's head shop sells the shit out of, but they sell it for, 50 milligram pieces. You can buy 50 of them for $50.
Yeah.
And I mean, they sell jars of 50s. What really pissed me off, though, is they wouldn't put my seeds in there, but they put the guy that I got started into making seeds. He actually printed up my own seed pack for me with my name on it and the strains that he bought off of me. And I
Well, I
said,
would
"Oh,
say
you
that
bought these in 1998 from me." Yeah.
the customers that are fine with just buying Delta 8 or whatever, they're probably not really people that are going to grow weed.
Stoners. They're not
Yeah.
stoners.
No. So they're not like a lot of people that smoke weed don't grow weed. Like 99% of them.
I have a niche market here in Cleveland because a lot of the people I dealt with were like business owners and people that, had a lot of money. They want 3 feet tall plants, 3.5 feet tall plants, because when they get done harvesting, they want those plants to go right into flowering. So when their friends come over, they can show them the new ones that are in flowering already. Well, if you want to pay me $350 to $450 for a plant, then I'll sell it to you.
Oh, sorry.
Can I get a free cut?
Yeah, I got some hemp around here. It's the only thing that's free.
We got free hemp for anyone.
95% of the seeds I have, I bought. I haven't just been given them. I don't like taking stuff for free.
I like free shit.
Yeah, but a lot of times it comes with, a catch-22. I'd rather just pay you the damn thing
Well,
and
yeah,
do what I want with it.
yeah. All I ever want to do is just grow it. That's it.
Grow and smoke it.
I can't find seeds on the Fumadoro Seed Co. website.
And if it's good, hold on to it for as long as it fucking rots.
Oh, I'm the end of the month, the 19th, I finally get to pick up some clones up of Smiley from my Death Star. If you people that make up these beds and shit, man, you can make them hot. I've waited 4.5 months for this plant to come back to be able to take clones off of it because he put in too hot of soil. But at least he's a good enough grower that he pulled it out, put it in new soil, and he's got it living again. And I'm like, dude, why aren't you selling this? And then I show up at an event in Michigan, and the other Death Stars there, $80 an ounce. And you're like, okay, now I know why. But I still get $250 for it here in Ohio. 300. And the smell sells that one alone. and then they go smoke it, and it's like, holy fuck. I was high for 3 hours. I smoked a joint of pure Michigan today. I think that's what made me go to sleep. I will definitely use pure Michigan in crosses. That's how good it is, bud.
Isn't that just a Kush?
Yeah, kinda. But it's dank. I mean, it's top quality, and it crosses well with a lot of things. So I'm gonna grab a couple of those clones on the 19th. I'm going up for a 1-day Halloween show
These are
and
not the clones you were looking at.
event.
Should have been up there the last 2 days at Pine Knob. Billy Strings just finished up 2 smoking shows.
Yeah, Pine Knob's a great place to go see a show too.
They really put a good one on tonight. Second set was awesome.
Actually, I want to go to his Halloween show, or Goose's Halloween show. Those two are like,
well, if you have a
fire
choice,
shows.
Billy Strings is, Goose is. I don't know. I
Goose
can't
is
quite.
more instrumental. Instrumental.
Well, whatever. Yeah, you can't compare. One's a fucking electric jam band, and one's a bluegrass based acoustic picking.
Yeah, but for me, it's hard to choose because I enjoy both of their music.
Yeah, I'll say
And
this much:
Grand
like
Rapids is
the
6.5 hours for
like
me.
the vibe, the party, the enthusiasm.
The
Oh, Billy
drugs that are
Strings.
done.
Billy Strings is where the fucking energy's at.
Yeah. But he'll probably play Halloween again in Grand Rapids.
He's got Halloween scheduled. It's on there. I think it's there. Like he pretty much
Where's
is
it at?
sticking. Have me look.
It should be in Michigan.
Yeah, because that's where he does Halloween the last so many years, and then he does
Yeah.
New Year's in New Orleans. Like he's got a set thing at this point. Right.
Because if he's in Grand Rapids for Halloween, that's where I'm going to end up instead of Athens. Athens is a really good Halloween university party town. They actually had to stop people dressing up there for a couple years because it got too big.
Just because I know that's just like got a different vibe. He's playing 2 nights in a couple of weeks in Alabama and Huntsville, and both those are sold out.
Yeah.
That's got to have a vibe of its own there. Yeah, what happened?
It was cool.
Well, let's see. What do I got on a tray? I got some OG.
Oh, no, I'm wrong. October 31st and November 1st, Baltimore, Maryland.
Oh, fuck me. I'm driving to Baltimore.
He's in Indianapolis a couple days and a week, and then Huntsville, and then Baltimore, and then Memphis, Tulsa, Fort Worth, and Austin. That's the fall tour.
See, I can be in Indy in like 5.5 hours, 5 hours. But Baltimore is more like a 10, 11-hour drive.
Wow. Then he starts off in January in Denver, but then it's 2 in Asheville, North Carolina, and then Nashville, Tennessee, or no. 3 in Denver. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in fucking Asheville. 2 in Atlanta, and then 3 in Nashville.
I bet Warren comes and plays with him one day in Asheville.
Well, Asheville took a big hit in that hurricane. There's been a lot of fundraising going on.
Yeah, but we're talking months away.
Tonight, Warren did 2 shows or 2 sets, or I forget what it was called. All the money going to Asheville, even though he's lived in New York City for fucking the longest time. He's from Asheville. He still calls that home.
Yeah. I found a 2007 or 2008 Mountain Jam shirt that I've never worn.
I thought Billy Strings was from Wisconsin.
No, he's from Michigan.
No, he's Grand Rapids, Michigan.
That's what I meant to say.
Because I caught him after Hookahville 50 is when I first seen Billy Strings. And then it was like, hey, this kid plays in Michigan a lot. So I started going to Michigan and seeing shows. Michigan's only 3 hours. This event of Grand Rapids is 6 hours from my house, though. I can't do it any quicker. But I get to go see Smiley when I go, because he lives out that way. It was nice hanging out with Smiley and his woman the other day.
I just had a box of encyclopedias break open on me. Why the fuck do I have encyclopedias? Tell me that.
Well, it's because that's the only way we could do book reports when we grew up. We're encyclopedias.
I used
We
to have
didn't
a
have
teacher that would,
computers.
whenever you would get in trouble, he'd make you write a page out of the dictionary or out of the encyclopedia. And I think like by the end of 4th grade, I'd written down almost like probably half the volume of encyclopedias, like word for word.
By the time I got out of 5th grade, I knew the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner almost by heart. I only wrote it 5 times. And that's a long fucking, yeah, damn.
I was in jail for a Dewey back when I was fucking in my early 20s. To pass the time, I wrote, it was a 2-volume Webster's dictionary that was like, each book was like 6 inches deep or something like that, or 5 inches. And I took notes on the dictionary for a month. I'm a fucking nerd.
Well, I was grounded most of my school days, so what else was there to do besides, learn? And I read the dictionary backwards and forwards. That actually gave me an upper hand once I got older because I could use words that people didn't understand.
I can slay pretty good in Scrabble. But Scrabble is more about the short game than it is.
Yeah, how many 5 and 6 letter words do you know is what it is.
Oh, I know quite a bit. No, it's the 2-letter words that are the big scores.
Era.
Or like the QI and all that shit.
ERA.
ER.
Yeah.
Pig was a big score.
Quixotic.
I used a xylophone one time.
Nice. Well, folks, on that note,
9-letter word. That's impossible. You can only get 8-letter word. No, that's not impossible. They could have been the word phone there.
Yeah.
Or lop.
We calling this the
yeah.
man, I thought we had another 4 or 5 hours. I'm gonna be up.
Since we did a 4-hour show, I think we did our duty for the day. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. I'll see you guys Tuesday. Have a good weekend.
You too, bud. Buddy
Peace,
Gigabyte.
bud.
Oh, wait,
Later, player.
it's asking me to like leave the. All right, I'll stay on till the end because I'm the fucking host that has to kill the show.
Oh, for fuck's sake, how'd that happen?
But it's all right. Just go
Go
ahead.
ahead, go for it,
Hardcore.
You're not going to wait 9 minutes to the 20? I'm disappointed
No.
in you. Okay, well,
Damn Canadians.
everyone have a good night and
Hey,
good
calm.
evening.
You too, hardcore.
Here's rolled one.
Captain?
Well, sorry I haven't been on much lately. Sorry I missed Tuesday because I really wanted to talk with North Star.
Yeah,
Get
man.
his opinion about something. But hopefully I'll be on Tuesday night. I don't think Dad has any early morning doctor's appointments, so I'm good. And everybody out there in chat, take care. Have a good weekend. Rest of your weekend, I should say. And peace out.
Later, Cap. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning in. Whoa. Thanks everybody for hanging out in the chat. And sorry, I'm just lost there for a second there. All I see is fun. It's different. This is just me there.
Yeah.
Anyway, don't forget to tune in Tuesday, 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 7 o'clock Pacific for the Tuesday show. Like I said, thanks for tuning in, guys. Keep your stick on the ice, and see you Tuesday.